Yeah, that's a good picture of John coming down the steps.
The captain went overboard first.
Out yet? Negatory. Where's Crippen?
And Trip, are you still on? Well, I think John's out there doing a post-flight, Trip.
Yeah. Okay, hey, Rick, have you guys got data back? I'm going to turn it over to Bo here, and I'm wanting to know the status of it.
We do have data.
Okie dokie. And Bo's coming over the line, I'm going off. See you guys back in Houston.
Super, Crip.
OTC, exchange CDR, how do you read? Houston, exchange CDR, how do you read?
Just gotta try and forget about commercials and maybe probably catch up later, right? Yeah, you can't leave it. There we go.
OTC, exchange CDR, how do you read? Houston, exchange CDR, how do you read? This is CDR to OTC, read you loud and clear. Roger, in work.
please, Ken? What sky is that, Ken?
And is that a pretty looking sight then, Lim? You're coming into the picture now, Pete. Okay. Okay, got the old camera running. Okay. Down to the pad. Okay. Man, that may have been a small one for Neil, but that's a long one for me. I'm going to step off the pad, Mark. Ooh, is that frosting? Hey, that's neat.
T-minus 40 seconds and counting. During the final 10 seconds of the count, astronaut Alan Bean will give the count to the astronauts in the spacecraft. T-minus 30. T-minus 25 seconds and counting. The pre-valves on the launch vehicle have been opened. This permits the propellants to come down just above the thrust chamber. T-minus 15 seconds and counting. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
We've got a shutdown.
Program reset. Fuel pressure is low. Cloud falling. Roger, Gemini 6, monitor tank pressures. Oxidizer pressure's down to about 32. Roger.
Roger, Wally, I'm watching it.
Okay, keep an eye on it. Okay, we switched over to tires. Oxidizer down to 28. Roger, Gemini 6, all tanks are venting. Okay, no problem on these tanks? Negative. Crystal readout, give me a readout on all tanks. On my readout?
Pressures are venting now, flight. No problem.
On these tanks, is that correct? That is affirmative, all tanks are venting. Your all tanks are venting. Bristol, do you see any problems? Roger. Exactly, all tanks are venting. Bird looks good. Roger. Does report? It looks good. We understand. There are no fires. Observer, give me a readout. Copy 20. Control. 6TC, be advised, it'll be approximately 20 minutes before we can get out there. That's okay, we're just sitting here breathing. Roger. All right, Frank, I know you guys did your best.
Not quite yet. I haven't put the solar wind in yet, but I will shortly. I want to watch this. Joe, you have a good picture there. I've got...
Beautiful picture, Dave.
Well, in my left hand, I have a feather. In my right hand, a hammer. And I guess one of the reasons we got here today was because of a gentleman named Galileo a long time ago who made a rather significant discovery about falling objects in gravity fields. And we thought that where would be a better place to confirm his findings than on the moon. And so we thought we'd try it here for you. The feather happens to be appropriately a falcon feather for our falcon. And I'll drop the two of them here, and hopefully they'll hit the ground at the same time. How about that? Which proves that Mr. Galileo was correct in his findings.
Superb.
"25 seconds and counting. We're still proceeding. T-minus 20. 17 seconds. Swing arm back. We have guidance internal.
11,
10,
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, ignition, 3, 2, 1, 0, liftoff.
Clock's running. Liftoff. Clock's running. I got a long program. Right to clear the tower. I got a pitch and a roll program, and this baby is really going.
Man, there's the speed.
20 seconds. That's a lovely liftoff. That's not bad at all. Everything's looking great. Sky's getting lighter.
Okay.
30 seconds. Looks good. Roll start late.
Move. 200 feet.
The hell was that? I lost a whole bunch of stuff. I don't know. Some buses.
Mark 1 Bravo.
Roger, we had a whole bunch of buses drop off. There's nothing. It's nothing. I think it's... What we got? I can't see. There's nothing wrong. AC bus, one light. All the fuel cells. I just lost the platform. All I got is GDC. Yeah. Okay, we just lost the platform, gang. I don't know what happened here. We had everything in the world drop off. I can't, there's nothing I can tell is wrong, Pete. I got 3 fuel cell lights, an AC bus light, a fuel cell disconnect, AC bus overload, 1 and 2, main bus A and B out. I got AC. You got AC? Yeah. Maybe just the indicator. What do you got in the main bus? Main buses are both indicating 24 volts. Huh? 24 volts, which is low. We got a short on it of some kind. I can't lose a volt.
Apollo 12 Houston, try SCE to auxiliary, over.
Try SCE to auxiliary. What the hell is that? Fuel cell
SCE to auxiliary.
Try the buses. Get the buses back on the line. Everything looks good. SCE to aux. The GDC is good. Stand by for the, I've lost the event timer.
1 Charlie.
One Charlie. 2 minutes CDS auto is off. Yeah. CDS auto.
12 Houston, go for staging.
Roger, go for staging. We had some really big glitch, gang. One of the buses, Rito. Stand by. Center engine. Okay.
12 Houston, try to reset your fuel cells now.
So reset fuel cells. Wait for staging. Wait for staging. Yeah. Hang on. 25. 27. 32. Got a clock running over there? Yep. Hang on. 41. Hang on, there it is. That's it. That's it. Staging. Hang on. Okay. GDC's good. Got a good S2, gang.
Can we copy, Pete? You're looking good.
Chem pressure's okay. We're okay. Now we're figuring out our problems here. I don't know what happened. I'm not sure we can get hit by lightning.
Your thruster's looking good, Pete.
Okay, I have a good GDC, and Al has got the fuel cells back on, and we'll be working on our AC buses.
Right, Pete. Your fuel cells look good down here.
I think we need to do a little more all-weather testing.
Amen.
There goes the tower, gang. That's already clean. We look good.
Good show, Pete. You're in mode 2.
He sure did. They dropped right off the line. Got them back now? They look okay. Okay, we've got an ISS light on, and we've got a cycling CO2 partial pressure high, which I don't bother me particularly, and we have got all the fuel cells. We have all the buses back on the line, and we'll just clear up the platform when we get into orbit.
See? Oh, good.
What's that PPO2 I want? Hey, that's one of the better sims, believe me. Yeah, a lot. I'll tell you what happened.
A couple of cardiac arrests down here, too, Pete.
There wasn't any time for that up here.
How many more surprises have Russian scientists up their sleeves for the public, their own and the rest of the world's? Russian papers are still full of Sputnik I, not to mention the papers of Eastern Europe, relieved perhaps that satellite now has a different meaning. Then the news breaks. Sputnik II has been launched. A multi-stage rocket with a fuel more powerful than anything the West has in stock puts its final stage into a round-the-world orbit. Two things are astonishing about Sputnik II: its weight, more than half a ton, and its live passenger, a dog. Our artist shows how this flying dog kennel is probably arranged. Radio, food and oxygen supplies, and Laika, the most famous husky in the world, or strictly speaking, out of it. Laika's elliptical orbit varies from 100 to 1,000 miles above the Earth's surface, where observatories listen eagerly for the coded radio signals which tell the space scientists how Laika is standing up to her lonely journey. These signals give information on the brain, respiration, and pulse of the first living being to leave Earth for outer space. Without knowing it, Laika is telling man whether, in the years to come, it will be safe for him to follow her. Meanwhile, he watches her progress with envious eyes, wondering to what adventures this little pioneer is blazing the trail. Britain's huge radio telescope at Jodrell Bank joins in the watchkeeping, and Russia has acknowledged the telescope's tremendous value by asking for its help. Meanwhile, a Cambridge observatory has already seen Sputnik II, and plans are afoot for building a new British observatory for satellite tracking alone. The way things are going, it will be fully employed.
Houston, while you're looking that up, you might recognize what I have in my hand is the handle for the contingency sample return. I just so happens to have a genuine 6-iron on the bottom of it. In my left hand, I have a little white pellet that's familiar to millions of Americans. Drop it down. Unfortunately, the suit is so stiff I can't do this with two hands, but I'm going to try a little sand trap shot here. They got more dirt than ball that time. Got more dirt than ball. Here we go again.
That looked like a slice to me, Al.
There we go. Raise the die. One more. Miles and miles and miles.
Very good, Al. And answer Ed's question earlier there, Kilo was used for the window shots, Ed, so you ought to bring it back.
TV3, the first full-dress Vanguard, complete with 3 1/4-pound satellite.
3, 2, 1, fire. Mark.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff of the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon. Go NASA. Go SpaceX. Godspeed, Bob and Doug.
America has launched. And so rises a new era of American spaceflight, and with it the ambitions of a new generation continuing the dream. 20 seconds into flight, stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
T plus 30 seconds into this historic mission. Flying crew on board Dragon and Falcon 9, and look at them go.
Falcon power telemetry nominal.
M1D throttle down.
We're throttling down to get ready for the period of maximum dynamic pressure. We're in the throttle bucket. Reports say all systems are go.
Vehicle is supersonic.
We've exceeded Mach 1 on the Falcon 9.
M1D throttle up.
We're throttling back up to full power as we're through max Q.
Copy, 1 Bravo.
Hey, John, this is perfect with the limb and the rover and you and Stone Mountain and the old flag. Come on out here and give me a salute. Big Navy salute.
Look at this. That's a pretty outstanding picture here, I tell you.
Come out a little bit closer. Okay, here we go, a big one. Off the ground, one more. There we go.
That. I like to see an Air Force salute, Charlie, but I don't think they salute the Air Force.
Sure we do. And fly high and straight and land soft.
Okay, Charlie, say when.
Here we go.
Do it again.
One for you. Okay, wait a minute, one more.
This looks like a good time for some good news here. The House passed the space budget yesterday, 277 to 60, which includes a vote for the shuttle.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Tony, again, I'll say it with that salute. I'm proud to be an American. I'll tell you, what a program and what a place and what an experience.
Yeah, and I'll say it too. So am I. The country needs that shuttle mighty bad. You'll see.
Floating out of the airlock hatch here, Conrad and Kerwin must position poles, ropes, and cutting devices, working their way down to the hung-up solar wing. They'll use a pry bar, pole cutters, and even a surgical saw if they have to free the wing. Complex, exacting, and dangerous. If it doesn't work, the second manned Skylab flight will have to be cut short, and the third may never get off the ground. This is Jules Bergman, ABC News.
We operated on the opposite side of the disc cone from the one you're operating on. That is, we operated from the right-hand side of the disc cone. That may help you if you need more pull.
It's not a question. It's not a question. I've got more than enough pull, Rusty. It's a question of keeping my feet from flying away so that I can not only reach the thing, but hold it there.
Okay, the only thing I can say that in the water tank we stood up almost parallel with the disc cone with our feet down by the base and used the disc cone as a handhold. That helped us. You might want to try that.
I'm doing that. It's not a handhold I need, Rusty. It's a foothold.
Right, we put our feet right at the base of the disc cone.
That's where they are, Rusty.
Okay.
It's easy to get it in touch, but it's impossible to get it to stay there. Not impossible. Just take it easy. Just takes a little longer. I may see what I'm doing. I'm trying to fight the holding onto this rope right at the moment. No, I don't think so now. Whoops. I'm giving you as much as I can give you. Yeah. Right, you're in good shape. Now you're behind it. It's at an angle, see? Yeah. Pull. No, you're in front of it. Now you're behind it. You're still behind it. that's the place to work, but you're still behind it. If you can just come over it right there, you're behind it. Now you're in front of it again. Underneath it. You're still in front of it. Yeah, you gotta go back behind it again. Get that. Now pull towards me. No, you're not on it, are you? Well, it's a... I'll tell you, when you think you're on, pull towards me, and that ought to pull it right to the base. No, you're not on it yet. It's pretty thick, Rusty. That's the trouble. The trouble, the damn jaws aren't far enough open. Try closing it, Rusty. Right now. Wait a minute. Hold it. That do it? No. Mostly because it pulled off while we were closing it.
The only other thing we can think of, Joe, is to make sure that they're fully open before you try to get it over. That'll give you the maximum chance.
Right. We're going to take it back right now and reset it. Probably may not have to take it back. Let me pull on it and see if it'll reset. You got a piece of wire that time, anyhow. You were on it. Yeah, I know it. Yeah, I'm sure I am. I wonder if we can we tell if it's fully open? It looks fully open. Okay. It sure does. Now. I still got the pull rope. Okay. Okay, let's go back to work. Yeah, take your time. Okay, mostly because I'm in position and I don't want to... I'll tell you, I'll try it from the up now. Let me see.
You know, the best chance you have is as close to the base of this ass panel. That's where it's the narrowest.
Is that right?
But there's a wire bundle there. Yeah, I got the pole.
Okay. Am I all right now?
Yeah. The pole's over your arm.
Okay. The way they said they were doing it.
Okay, Pete, just for your information, you still got plenty of time here to sunset. You got 29 minutes left.
Yeah, we're not sweating anything. I'll tell you, Rusty, the strap is oriented in the worst... Joe, I don't... Wait a minute, drop. Just a second, let me get the pull line again. The strap happens to be oriented in such a manner, even though it's not wide, it's presenting its widest side to the cutters.
Okay.
I can't see, Joe, although I'll try. Yeah, they can change positions. Wait a minute.
Two of the Skylab astronauts went into space from their orbiting laboratory today and made repairs on a solar panel, a wing which absorbs sunlight and changes it into electrical energy. Had they been unable to make that repair, the future of the present mission and two other missions would have been uncertain. George Lewis has that story.
The successful repair mission took about 3 hours. Astronauts Charles Conrad and Joseph Kerwin crawled out of their spacecraft here to begin the spacewalk. Conrad pulled himself 25 feet toward the jammed solar wing and cut away a piece of aluminum debris that had been holding it in place. Then he pulled the wing into position. As the astronauts were outside getting the tools ready for the repair job, they sent back TV pictures. At this point, the men were having trouble attaching the pole to the solar wing. The pole was designed to serve as a handrail. Kerwin kept losing his footing. He and Conrad were obviously frustrated.
Slide out. Let's not lose.
Tethered to what?
The pole. Let me get it in front of the rope.
What are you going to tether the pole to? Oh, yourself, huh?
No. Now you...
Oh, the bit.
I just know. Damn it. I'll tell you what I want to do.
What is that tether you've got on there?
That's the pole tether. Now, just stay with me a minute. Come back with the pole.
Despite these problems, the astronauts made the repairs, and the solar panels began generating electricity to charge the Skylab's batteries. Scientists on the ground called the spacewalk a success. They said the electrical power crisis on Skylab is about over, enabling the spacecraft to fly a near-normal mission. The astronauts, who've been preoccupied with mechanical and electrical troubles on their spacecraft, can now get back to work. The future of succeeding Skylab missions is brightened. George Lewis, NBC News, Houston.
We have a television picture now.
You're right on the glide slope, Columbia.
Clear, Connie.
Right on glide slope. Approaching center line, looking great.
This TV from the chase plane. $16,000 feet.
Mark 15.
Airspeed 271 knots. Fido says it couldn't be any better. $11,000 feet.
That's real good underneath.
$9,000. $280 knots.
Everything looks real good. $5,290.
Okay. 2,500 feet.
Clear. You're coming. You're down. 50 feet. 40. 30. 20. 10. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Touchdown. Those gears 10 feet. 5. 4. 3. Touchdown. Walkabout, skipper. Houston, Columbia's on the roll.
Welcome home, Columbia. Beautiful, beautiful.
You'll have to take it up the hangar, Joe.
We're going to dust it off first.
This is the world's greatest all-electric fire machine, I'll tell you that. It was super.
Okay, convoy's on its way.
Convoy on. We'll stop on the Columbia. We'll stop.
Command pilot 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Roger, senior pilot counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Senior pilot.
Roger. Senior pilot's transmitting 12345. 54321. Senior pilot. Senior pilot counting 12345. 54321.
Pilot hadn't talked to you yet. How's this? 12345 4321.
It's good for you. Hey, how are we gonna get the moon if we can't talk between three buildings? I can't hear a thing you're saying. Jesus Christ. Again? And how are we gonna get the moon if we can't talk between two or three buildings? Hey, crew, can you egress at this time? Confirm it. Bad leader, get in there and help him. Bad leader, CFCC. All right, crew, did we get verification? Can you egress at this time? Tom, were you able to hear him? Tom, MRS. Buzz, can you read us? Bad leader? Can you get him out of there?
on, Mark. That max acceleration?
No.
Man, you are really bouncing.
Is he on the ground at all? That's 10 kilometers.
Huh? He's got about 2 wheels on the ground. He's a big rooster tail out of all 4 wheels. And as he turns, he skids. The back end breaks loose just like on snow. Come on back, John. Hey, the deck is running. Man, I'll tell you, Andy's never seen a driver like this. Okay, when he hits the craters and starts bouncing is when he gets his rooster tail. He makes sharp turns. Hey, that was a good stop. Those wheels just locked. Mark off.
Okay. Do you want to do it one more time?
Yeah.
Got about a minute, 5 seconds that
Okay,
time.
mark on. Okay, you could have gone the other way. Go ahead. There's the big craters there, though, aren't they?
Yeah, I know. I'm one of those holes.
They want 4 minutes worth, John. Well, it's 1 minute and 5. Then you can do it twice more.
Surely.
Okay, turn sharp.
I have no desire to turn sharp. Okay, here's the Sharpie.
Hey, that's great. Man, those things, when those wheels really dig in, John, when you turn, it's when you get the rooster tail. The suspension system on that thing is fantastic.
That sounds good. We sound like we've probably got enough of the Grand Prix. We're willing to let you go on from here. Call that a Grand Prix.
Okay. Man, that was all 4 wheels off the ground there. Okay, max stop.
Okay, I don't want to do that.
Okay, excuse me.
They say that's a no-no.
Okay, deck off, Mark.
Have some pictures of all this, don't we?
Yep, Catherine, I think the people watching at home would much rather see the Hubble Space Telescope than you and me because they've seen us more recently. Let's go ahead and take the live picture. The telescope has not been seen by human beings for 3.5 years since it was released from the shuttle 3.5 years ago. Let's listen to the NASA commentators as they tell us what we are looking at here, but it's pretty obvious the telescope is attached to the shuttle's robot arm. Center in Atlanta. Over my shoulder, you can see some remarkable live television pictures from space as the first spacewalk to repair the Hubble Space Telescope gets underway. At the end of the robot arm, up at the top of your screen, you can see astronaut Jeff Hoffman, who is opening up one of the doors on the Hubble Space Telescope in preparation for removing 2 failed gyroscope units that are inside. And down at the lower left-hand side of your screen, you can see astronaut Story Musgrave, who was the payload commander for this mission. Musgrave will be handing replacement gyroscopes up to Hoffman at the proper time. This spacewalk is scheduled to last for 6 hours. The astronauts have been outside for just under an hour so far.
The RSUs have been powered off. They will complete their spin down at 19:26:33.
Here comes the door.
Okay, copy 19:26:33. About 5 minutes, complete spin down. That looks good, thanks.
The door is opening by itself.
Jeff Hoffman, I think, somewhat surprised that the door opened as easily as it did.
Okay. You might evaluate, Jeff, if you think they're going to stay put or not.
Exactly.
Dr. Hal McAllister, you've been watching this. As an astronomer, how does it make you feel to see the astronauts doing this sort of job?
Well, we're all nervous. Astronomers all over the world are hoping that this is going to work out. It's extraordinarily complicated. There are a lot of different things that have to be fixed. I think most people believe that the problem with Hubble Space Telescope is simply the mirror, that needs to be fixed. But there are a lot of little things. The gyroscopes are an extremely critical part of the telescope. If, as you mentioned earlier, one of them failed, the telescope would be dead in space. So we're all very anxiously awaiting this. Hubble is going to tell us ultimately the the origin and possibly the fate of the universe. And it's unrivaled in this capability potentially.
CNN and Time Magazine did a survey this week, and we asked the American people the question, are you confident that NASA is going to be able to pull this off? And the response we got, 69% of the people we surveyed said they were confident that NASA was going to be able to pull this off. How confident are you?
Well, I'm confident, I'm optimistic, I'm hopeful, but it's very complicated. I'm not sure that it really makes much sense to give it a probability of success.
Do this with your hand.
Welcome back. We're looking now again at live picture from the Space Shuttle Endeavour. What you can see is astronaut Kathy Thornton out at the end of Endeavour's robot arm, moving away from the space telescope with the solar array in her hands. Let's listen.
Her in the orientation she is with her head toward the port side.
There's a communications problem in Thornton's helmet, space helmet on her spacesuit. She can't hear the ground.
Yeah, I'm ready. Okay, they say you got to go for release. Expect 20 pulses on the RHC. Hey, no hands. It is going to be 20 pulses on the RHC for a set burn. Okay.
The solar array is not moving, by the way. The reason the picture is moving is you're seeing a camera attached to the robot arm that was moving Kathy Thornton away from the solar panels. What will happen next is that Commander Dick Covey will fire a jet on the shuttle that'll move the shuttle away. And it could be that the exhaust from that jet will hit the solar panel and cause it to spin a little bit. But you can see the solar panel beginning to disappear in the upper right-hand corner of your screen. And astronaut Kathy Thornton is sort of under the word Endeavour on your screen down at the bottom. And you see planet Earth there in the background.
From the array.
Pretty neat job, KT.
Again, it's expected that...
What are you going to do when it starts flapping in the breeze?
There it goes. The panel starts to flap as the shuttle moves.
Endeavour steering jet's causing the array to wobble. It's expected to spin, and also with that spinning motion, the spinning motion is anticipated to make it re-enter the Earth's atmosphere quicker as well.
Look at that picture.
It's expected that this array will re-enter and burn up in Earth's atmosphere within a year or so.
The multi-million-dollar European-built solar array probably will never be seen by human beings
Endeavour,
again
check free drift.
after it floats out of view here. As it goes away over the Earth's horizon, we'll take a break. We'll be back with more of our live coverage from Endeavour,
at the plume from Endeavour's jets hitting the array
in just a moment. Stay with us.
Continues to move away.
Looks like a bird, Tom. Look at it.
Welcome back. I'm John Holloman. We're covering the mission of Space Shuttle Endeavour to repair the Hubble Space Telescope. One of the interesting things about being an astronaut is that you get to see the sun come up a lot more in space than you do on Earth. Those of us here on Earth, since this mission started, have been able to see the sun come up 5 times here on the east coast of the United States. We'll get to see it again in a few hours from now. Those of you watching in Europe have already seen a sunrise today. The Space Shuttle astronauts are going to see their 74th or 75th sunrise during this same time period in just about, well, there it is. You saw it occur as the sun hit off the tail section where the orbital maneuvering system of the space shuttle is located, and there's the first sunlight on the Hubble Space Telescope since its new wide-field and planetary camera was put into place just a short time ago.
And welcome to our live coverage of the Hubble repair mission by astronauts from the U.S. Space Shuttle Endeavour. 2 astronauts on the 4th spacewalk of the mission. They aim to fix the nearsighted telescope. And joining us now, once again, is CNN's John Holloman. Welcome back.
Well, Dina, it's good to be here. The astronauts are having a pretty good run of it in space. They've been out in the cargo bay of the shuttle for about 35, 40 minutes now, again, getting an early start on the mission. Here's the live picture from space right now. What you see there is, on the right of your screen, astronaut Tom Akers, who's the free-floating astronaut tonight, not hooked up to anything other than wires, which NASA calls tethers. On the left of your screen, fairly difficult to see, is the robot arm and astronaut Kathy Thornton. The blackness that they are looking into there is the center of the Hubble Space Telescope. There are 4 electronic instruments in the center of the telescope that have been providing astronomers with about half of the pictures that we have seen from space since the telescope has been there. And one of those 4 instruments, something called a high-speed photometer, basically a counting device that will count the frequency of light from stars, is going to be removed. And when that box comes out, it will leave a hole in the telescope about the size of a telephone booth. And the final set of corrective lenses for the out-of-focus telescope is in a box identical in size to that box. The astronauts will be plugging that in the next 2 or 3 hours. Remarkable picture from 360 miles above the Earth. Kathy Thornton on the shuttle's robot arm. She's spinning herself around, looking at her toolkit there now, preparing for the next part of this mission, replacing a computer or adding to a computer on board the Hubble Space Telescope to give it a lot more memory and allow it to do computations a lot faster than it has been able to in the past. We have phone calls and experts to take your calls. Our first call's from California. Go ahead. You're on CNN.
Yes, I wondered what the apparent resolution of the Hubble telescope is relative to, say, the Mars observer. You know, if the telescope was looking at Mars, what would be the relative resolution?
Michael?
Well, if the Mars observer were working, it certainly would be able to see much finer detail. The Mars observer, though, would be in orbit just a few hundred miles at most above the surface of Mars. And that's, in fact, why we send interplanetary probes and why NASA works so hard to send out interplanetary probes, because when you get that close into a planet just a few hundred miles away, the Space Telescope can't compete. On the other hand, it costs a fair fraction of a space telescope to send out a Mars observer, and the Space Telescope is an all-purpose observatory. The resolution of Space Telescope, once all of the optics are corrected, is going to be better than 1/10 of an arc-second on any image, any time. With the Mars observer, we would have been doing, perhaps 100 times better, maybe even 1,000 times better with the highest resolution imagery, but only on that one target. With Space Telescope, of course, we can point anywhere in the universe, any planet in the solar system, any star in our galaxy, any galaxy in the universe, and achieve much higher resolution than we possibly could from the ground.
Andrea, the astronauts have successfully managed to get one of these solar panels for the Hubble Space Telescope deployed. What they're doing right now is both astronauts, you see Jeff Hoffman on your left, and behind him Story Musgrave, are waiting for the telescope to rotate around so that they can deploy the second solar panel. If you look very closely over the astronauts' heads in our picture, you can see there's something that looks like a bar extending from the side of the Hubble Space Telescope. That bar is one of the 2 solar array cassettes which will eventually, in the next 2 or 3 hours, be unrolled to provide power to the battery telescope to keep it going for the next many years. Michael, how does it make you feel to see that solar panel in the deployed position now?
Well, I'm starting to breathe a little bit again. Without the panels, we were really in serious trouble. Now that we've got at least one out, we're hopeful that we're going to get it arrayed, and we'll be getting back 2.5 kilowatts into the telescope, which is certainly enough to keep it alive and keep it functioning at some level. But I'm not going to be really happy until that second cassette is fully deployed perpendicular to the telescope.
This is quite a picture. You see Earth in the upper right-hand corner of your screen. You see the 2 astronauts both at the end of the robot arm. It appears that they are moving. They're not moving very much. In fact, the Hubble Space Telescope is moving. It is sitting on a carrier which is very similar to a Lazy Susan you might have on your dining table. Actually, the robot arm is moving a little bit to the left to let the astronauts get over to the other solar panel, which you can see now with the Earth in the background is still attached to the side of the Space Telescope in the wrong position for it to unfurl a little bit later. The astronauts have been told to be very careful with what they do, but they've also been told not to waste any time at all. The spacewalk is limited to approximately 8 or 8.5 hours. They have been out in space for more than 4 hours, and they have considerably more work to do before they come inside at the end of the spacewalk. If the NASA managers decide to make this the last spacewalk of the mission, and we've been told they have made that decision, then the astronauts are going to have to clean up everything in the cargo bay before they get back inside, because the cargo bay doors will be closed without any astronauts out there to do any more cleanup work. So their time out in the cargo bay has to be spent very wisely.
Now, also on Wednesday, the astronauts opened an equipment bay and added an upgrade to the telescope's computer system. The part was supposed to help the Hubble computer become faster, but there was a glitch, we found out.
CNN correspondent John Holloman updates us on the mission now, including Thursday's spacewalk. John?
Well, for the first thing, why don't we go out and show you a live picture from space. This picture of astronaut Story Musgrave doing some repair work on the Goddard high-resolution spectrograph. He's added a new cable to connect it to the rest of the telescope's electronic equipment. And you see he's using an electric power tool to tighten the doors that cover that piece of equipment right now. The glitch with the computer, it turned out, was a radio communications glitch rather than a problem with the computer itself, and that's good news. That means the astronauts won't have to do any more repair to the computer. It'll have a 386 power chip rather than the 286 chip, or in addition to the 286 chip that was with the original computer, and also a great deal more memory. The astronauts in the past 5 hours in space have replaced a solar array drive electronics black box, which will help the solar arrays point themselves at the sun better. The solar panels themselves were supposed to be extended by motors. They weren't extended. The motors were not able to make them fall down, so the astronauts gave them a little mechanical help, and those solar arrays are now down. The solar panels themselves have not yet been extended. That'll be the last thing that we see on this mission. And as we say, astronaut Story Musgrave right now is closing the doors, the payload bay doors on the telescope, which cover the Goddard high-resolution spectrograph and some other equipment inside the shuttle. You can see Musgrave is seeing himself in the shiny surface of the Hubble Space Telescope right now. The next job up for the astronauts, the two of them will get on the robot arm together, and they will ride to the top of the Hubble Space Telescope and add a late last night invented repair fix to equipment at the top of the telescope, which might eventually leak some insulation that could get down into the telescope and spoil some of the pictures that ground-based scientists say they're expecting to get from the Hubble beginning as soon as 6 weeks from right now. The mission has been behind schedule almost from the start, but the astronauts are beginning to catch up, and they may well be available to watch those solar panels deploy in about an hour.
John, earlier when we heard there was a glitch, there was a possibility of another spacewalk. Is that still a
That's right,
possibility?
Cassandra. They thought that if there was a problem with the main computer aboard the Space Telescope, the astronauts brought up a spare computer, and it's identical to the one that is already installed, except all of its memory chips work. And there was some suggestion that maybe they would have to install that. And as it turns out, the new computer is working, or the old computer is working just fine, and it turns out that the attachment fixture that was put on by the astronauts last night is also working fine, so that computer problem appears to be not a problem at all. And that's good news. The astronauts have been outside at this point, 3:50 Eastern time in the morning for about 5 hours and a half. They have another 2 hours that they could stay outside, but their managers would like to get them in as soon after 6 hours as possible.
Okay, CNN's John Holloman.
Now, in summary, Liberty Bell 7 lifted off Cape Canaveral at 12:20, and that's Greenwich Mean Time. All systems appeared to operate A-OK. The voice communications from Gus Grissom were clear and effective. The helicopter is about to hook on. We should have a confirmation of the helicopter hooking onto the Mercury spacecraft in just a few seconds. I am not able to make a positive confirmation of liftout, but I do know that the helicopter has hooked on and is preparing to pull Gus Grissom out of the spacecraft into the helicopter. I have a report coming from the recovery forces. Chapter. Astronaut is completing his readout before he makes egress. He's going to complete it before he gets out of the capsule. We're advised that as a result of communications with Gus Grissom floating in the water, he's told his recovery helicopters that he intends to finish his checklist and make sure that everything is secure in the cockpit before he opens the hatch to come out. And this sounds like typical Gus Grissom. He was not about to do anything until he was sure everything had been done and in a businesslike manner.
This is McGee back in New York, and a moment ago you saw some pictures of a helicopter lifting a space capsule out of the water. Those were films made of the trial runs, the practice and training for this program, and were not actual scenes of Grissom being lifted out of the water at this time. We just wanted to interrupt long enough to explain to you that that was film and not the real thing.
Who was doing his job. All right, let's get out of that goddamn thing. All of the people here in the Mercury Control Center are still standing by with headphones glued to their heads, listening for any little bit of information from Gus Grissom. At the same time, they're beginning to summarize the things that they read from their consoles during the flight. The flight surgeon, Dr. Stanley C. White, has earlier in the flight, at about the time that we knew the main parachute was out and that everything would be A-OK, turned and gave Walt Williams the traditional joined finger signal that said A-OK. We are still standing by. Still standing by in the control center for Gus Grissom to wind up his checklist procedures, to open the hatch and be lifted up into the helicopter. I would think that it would go without saying that I am sitting in the midst of a group of men here right this instant who look very happy, who are very pleased, and who have done a very professional job. We are waiting now for communications from the recovery forces to confirm to us that Mercury astronaut Gus Grissom has left his spacecraft and has come up into the helicopter. I expect this confirmation just momentarily. Standing by in the Mercury Control Center. We are now trying to bridge the radio link.
That is one of the chase planes being piloted by one of the other astronauts. They are on each of these flights set up to keep visual observation of the capsule as long as they can. And this one is, this particular one, I believe, is being flown by astronaut Gordon Cooper, and they're circling around in the area there at Cape Canaveral.
And into our consoles here in the control center. waiting for radio communication to tell us that the United States' second spaceman has been picked up and placed on the deck of the ship.
From time to time, you see pictures inside the control room, and I think you should know that this is a videotape made earlier of scenes inside the control room, because obviously they're not going to endanger the success of a mission by allowing television equipment inside a control room at a critical time like this. So they do allow us to make pictures earlier, so that when the launch is actually made, we will have pictures to show you of what it is like inside. And it is, of course, an exact simulation of a successful flight, because all the scientists and technicians and engineers and the other astronauts go through the same routine, the same pacing that they would go through under an actual flight. That's why you can see, for example, Commander Shepard sitting at his position in voice contact with the astronaut inside the capsule. And in fact, when the TV films were made, he was in voice contact with the man inside. Shot.
In case there is any doubt in anyone's mind, I suspect that was a fellow by the name of Mercury astronaut L. Gordon Cooper, who just chugged by in an F-106.
How high, how far, how fast? I need to figure some.
I am asking one of our engineers to now provide me with information which will tell me how high, how far, and how fast Mercury astronaut Gus Grissom flew. From downrange indicating that the aircraft carrier Randolph is steaming toward the spacecraft. Get those figures?
While we're waiting for those figures from Colonel John Powers on how far, how high, and how fast Gus Grissom went, we can tell you what he was programmed to do. He was supposed to go 116 miles high, although our visual illustration from time to time has showed. I think we're getting a report now.
Traveled 5,310 miles an hour. He reached a maximum altitude of 118 statute miles. His flight path carried him 6 nautical miles farther than was planned, and he landed 305 statute miles downrange from the launch site. I'll review those numbers again. The Mercury spacecraft traveled a maximum velocity of 5,310 miles an hour. It reached a maximum altitude of 118 miles. It traveled 305 miles downrange before landing in the Atlantic. And we are still standing by here in Mercury Control for final information on the time when Mercury astronaut Grissom was lifted out of his spacecraft, and the time, if possible, when he was put down on the deck of the Randolph.
The figures given by Colonel John Powers would indicate that Grissom went higher, went faster, and went farther by a fraction of a percent than was actually planned. And now we go to Charles Batchelder on the USS Randolph in the recovery area.
Completely below the surface of the water. Four helicopters are all hovering very close to the astronaut and the capsule out there. They're making an attempt to get a cable to Virgil Grissom, who is protected, of course. He will board. There's no problem about that. And they'll get him out. The concern at the time is with the capsule itself. And it looks like Grissom is coming up now. It looks like Grissom is coming up out of the water and is being held, and we can see him now. He's about 4 miles from us and is being held up. The helicopter is holding up the capsule itself. We're checking on Grissom again, but the helicopter has a cable aboard the capsule and is holding it up at the present time. Grissom, it appears, is about ready to be lifted. We can't see too well at the present time. This carrier has been traveling at high speed to get close to the side of the recovery. It's now about 3.5 miles away. We have to watch and see if we can from the line. And a helicopter is hovering over and holding the capsule up. The capsule was sinking badly in the water, and that's the reason that Virgil Grissom got out of the capsule. He's out there at the present time, and they're making the pickup. They don't know which. One helicopter is hovering very close to the capsule, another moving in beside it. They'll have to hold the capsule up and get a cable down to Grissom at 12. We think that he may be soon coming up and into the carrier here. He'll land on the big mattress they have arranged for on the deck right before it, and also at the present time, the capsule has dropped. The capsule has been dropped by the helicopter, and it's dropped back into the water. Now, whether they can get it again before it sinks or not, that is going to be a major problem at this time. Its capsule, of course, contains vital information, and that information is wanted very, very badly. The astronaut is now in the helicopter, and we'll see Virgil Grissom come in here and land on the shore. The jockeys for the aircraft are out. They're ready to bring him in. The capsule itself is starting to come in. And Grissom is safe and sound in the helicopter after his docking when the capsule itself started to sink. They are now out there still searching around for the capsule, and we'll have to see which helicopter is trying to hold it up. The cable either broke or is released. The helicopter and the astronaut is coming to the ship now, coming up astern, and oddly enough, on this day, coming through the slope of the ship tunnels here. So here we come in with the astronaut coming to the ship. He'll land on the deck here, the forward deck of the aircraft carrier Randolph, which is commanded by Captain A.T. Cook. The overall operation on the direction here, Rear Admiral J.E. Clark. So here comes the helicopter with the astronaut aboard, and we see him in the cockpit. You'll hear it as it lands on the deck here. You'll hear the sound of its rotors and its engine on. This is the original helicopter that was supposed to pick him up, and in it now we see Virgil Grissom. He's sitting on the seat there, very quietly. It's landing on the deck ahead of us, and sets down safely. The other helicopters have left the scene, so it must, and none of them have the Liberty Bell 7 aboard, so that must have been lost. Helicopters landing way down on the forward portion of the deck, which was supposed to bring the astronaut in at 32. We thought we saw him in there, but that may not be the right one, because it landed in the wrong position on the deck. And let us see, here's numbered helicopter number 30, which must have pulled Virgil Grissom from the drink. And then the doors are closed on this capsule. However, we're landing in a proper position. This is the second and backup of the three Marine helicopters that went out to pick him up. So the first helicopter apparently missed him. The second one caught him. And here he is at the present time. They're stopping the wheels of number 30. So that means we should tell you that the boys that took Virgil Grissom out of the drink are going to be on the little dog on their lead ship. It's Philip E. Upshoot, captain and pilot from Quincy, Illinois, and George F. Dodd, first lieutenant from Houston, Florida. Their captain here is number 6. Stepping out, he doesn't look very wet. He has his helmet off. His hands, the doctors are immediately treating him. They're going to put a nose cone over his head and a test his breathing and everything else. He's smiling though. He looks well. He's taking a big breath, blowing it out at the present time, raising up the bellows. He does that for the doctor for day, of course. He wanted to have that immediately. He is dressed in his silver suit. His harness is still on. His helmet is off. He's dressed unzipping his suit at the present time. He's walking in the porthole. His head is still a little wet from that duck in the drink. But he's under the porthole now, and he goes then he'll go down to the captain's head cabin, and there he will be examined by the doctors to determine his condition. It was a successful flight. Very apparently, the capsule is down because the helicopter
Captain Gus Grissom is aboard the USS Randolph now, undergoing the first of many and very thorough and detailed medical examinations that he will be given in the next 24 to 36 hours. Here's Colonel John Powers.
Grissom has set foot aboard the deck of the USS Randolph.
Well, that's the information that you got yourself a moment ago from the Randolph.
There are people here in the Mercury Control Center who are very, very happy. I'll repeat what happened downrange in the pickup area. We know that the helicopter attempted the pickup of the Mercury spacecraft. We know that Virgil Gus Grissom got aboard the helicopter. We also know that some kind of malfunction occurred. The spacecraft was dropped in the ocean and sank. And this is John Powers in the Mercury Control Center signing off at this time.
Well, thank you so much, Colonel John Powers. All the newsmen call him Shorty Powers because he's an extremely gregarious and happy sort of fellow, pilot himself, and extremely easy to get along with, very cooperative, and has been of enormous benefit to us as well as you on both of these space flights. We don't know all the details, of course, not yet, but we do know that something happened and that they lost the capsule. My own communications was not entirely clear. I couldn't hear Correspondent Batchelder aboard the USS Randolph too clearly. But from what I can make out, some sort of a leak sprang in the capsule, in the water. They got the astronaut Grissom out. They once had the capsule itself hooked and possibly lifted a few feet above the water, and then they lost it. It dropped back onto the water and then went under the water. We had television cameras aboard the USS Randolph. If you'll remember the last time, we ran into a bit of bad luck trying to make film of the recovery operations, and we're never able to show that to you. We had TV cameras aboard this time, and as far as I know, they got pictures of that very exciting and dramatic other end of the chute way out in the Atlantic around Bahama Island. And with a bit of luck, if we got the pictures, we'll have those on for you later in the day. And we're not through here yet because there's a great deal more information that we want to get from down there. But right now, here is a message from Gulf. And speaking for Gulf, Whitfield Connor.
Man embarks today on history's greatest adventure. Here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, a massive, complex, and tragic vehicle waits to launch 3 American explorers into space, into the future, toward the lunar surface. The dawn of this day heralded the dawning of a new age, for with the first steps on the moon, man's strides across the universe really begin. It's a time of exhilaration, reflection, hope, fulfillment, as a centuries-old dream starts toward reality.
This is CBS News color coverage of Man on the Moon. The epic journey of Apollo 11. This morning, the launch of astronauts Armstrong, Aldrin, and Collins. The start of the trip to the moon. Sponsored by the International Paper Company, where good ideas grow on trees. And by Western Electric, manufacturing and supply unit of the Bell System. And by Kellogg's. Kellogg's puts more in your morning. Here from CBS News Apollo headquarters at Kennedy Space Center, correspondent Walter Cronkite.
Good morning. It's T-minus 1 hour, 29 minutes, and 53 seconds, and counting in just an hour and a half. If all goes well, Apollo 11 astronauts, Armstrong, Aldrin, and Collins, are to lift off from pad 39A out there on the voyage man always has dreamed about. Next stop for them, the moon. The astronauts are on board now. They're strapped into their spacecraft atop the Saturn's 3rd stage. They've been there for just about an hour. They're going through the final checkout of all the systems aboard the spacecraft to be sure they're really ready to go. At 9:32 a.m. Eastern Time, that huge 36-story high launch vehicle is scheduled to thunder to life, pushing the astronauts into temporary orbit around the Earth. And 2.5 hours later, another rocket burn will send the spacecraft on its way to the moon. And then on a Sunday afternoon, the landing on the moon. And at 2:20 a.m. Monday, July 21st, a date which will live in history as long as man is on this planet and on the other planets, 38-year-old civilian Neil Alden Armstrong is to become the first human being to touch the moon. Aldrin will follow just 20 minutes later, and over the years to come, many others are going to walk on the desolate lunar surface. But Armstrong will take that first step in more ways than one, and many things will never be the same again. For in addition to the mission the three astronauts will perform and the experiments they'll undertake, the samples they'll bring back, these men will carry with them many other things. Many things that are not so nearly so easy to describe. There's the spirit of such men as Marco Polo and Columbus and Lindbergh, the dreams of Jules Verne and H.G. Wells, the vision of Kepler and Galileo, the skill of Shepard and Glenn, Schirra, and Gagarin, Titov, and all the others. They'll carry thoughts of the moon goddess Diana and, I suppose, of green cheese. And boring through the vastness, the blackness, and the cold of space, they'll carry the pledge made 8 years ago by President Kennedy to put a man on the moon and bring him back safely in this decade. The description of this mission, the fundamental purpose of this mission, was put very simply by NASA, remembering those words. The prime purpose of the mission of Apollo 11, to put man on the moon and return him safely. To generate that thrust of combined horsepower equal to 543 jet fighter planes. Their launch vehicle there weighs as much as the submarine Nautilus. They burn 5,662,000 pounds of fuel, the equivalent of 98 railroad tank cars of it, the capacity of a small town's water tank. Liftoff, the noise reaches 120 decibels and has been compared to 8 million hi-fi sets playing at once.
Neil Armstrong reported back when he received the good wishes. Thank you very much. We know it will be a good flight. Firing command coming in now. We are on the automatic sequence. We're approaching the 3-minute mark in the count. T-minus 3 minutes and counting. T-minus 3. We are go with all elements of the mission at this time. We're on an automatic sequence as the master computer supervises hundreds of events occurring over these last few minutes. T-minus 2 minutes, 45 seconds and counting. The members of the launch team here in the control center monitoring a number of what we call red line values. These are tolerances we don't want to go above and below in temperatures and pressures. They're standing by to call out any deviations from our plans. 2 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. We're still go on Apollo 11 at this time. The vehicle starting to pressurize as far as the propellant tanks are concerned, and all is still go as we monitor our status board. 2 minutes, 10 seconds and counting. The target for the Apollo 11 astronauts, the moon, at liftoff will be at a distance of 218,096 miles away. We've just passed the 2-minute mark in the countdown. T-minus 1 minute, 54 seconds and counting. Our status board indicates that the oxidizer tanks in the second and third stages now have pressurized. We continue to build up pressure in all 3 stages here at the last minute to prepare it for a liftoff. T-minus 1 minute, 35 seconds on the Apollo mission, the flight to land the first men on the moon. All indications coming in to the control center at this time indicate we are go. 1 minute, 25 seconds and counting. Our status board indicates the third stage completely pressurized. 80-second mark has now been passed. We'll go on full internal power at the 50-second mark in the countdown. Guidance system goes on internal at 17 seconds, leading up to the ignition sequence at 8.9 seconds. We're approaching the 60-second mark on the Apollo 11 mission. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We passed T-minus 60. 55 seconds and counting. Neil Armstrong just reported back. It's been a real smooth countdown. We passed the 50-second mark. Power transfer is complete. We're on internal power with the launch vehicle at this time. 40 seconds away from the Apollo 11 liftoff.
You can see the water
All the second
deluge
stage
beginning
tanks
in
now
there now.
pressurized. 35 seconds and counting. We are still go with Apollo 11. 30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. 32 minutes past the hour. Liftoff on Apollo 11.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy, it looks good, Wally.
Somebody must be leaving town.
Building shaking. We're getting that buffeting we've become used to. What a moment. Man on the way to the moon. Trajectory so far, doesn't it, Wally?
Very good, very good. That's
Beautiful. Downrange 1 mile, altitude 3, 4 miles now.
Disappeared in the sun there, too.
Velocity 2,195 feet per second.
everything fell into place.
Still see it?
Yes, indeed. Oh, there we're starting the contrast now.
See it beautifully. See it beautifully on the screen here.
We're through the region of maximum dynamic pressure now.
Yeah, everything looks good here. We're at 1350 on the start bar.
Set 8 miles downrange.
I'm not sure whether I'm a fan of looking at it on the screen or looking at it out the window.
Feet per second.
Stand by for mode 1, Charlie. Mark, mode 1, Charlie. 1, Charlie.
Cliff Charlesworth taking a staging status.
This is Houston, you are go for staging.
That's for the, that's for dropping the first stage, going to the second stage power.
Inboard cutoff.
Inboard engines out.
I'm inboard cutoff.
You're hearing from the capsule communicator, astronaut Ken Mattingly at Mission Control in Houston, talking to the astronaut.
Downrange 35 miles, 30 miles high. Standing by for the outboard engine cut down now.
And this is reporting, this is Jack Riley reporting, the voice of Mission Control.
There we go.
Staging.
Beautiful.
And ignition.
Each of these events are very interesting to us.
11 Houston, thrust is go. All engines, you're looking good. All right, Roger, you're loud and clear, Houston.
At 3 minutes, downrange 70 miles, 43 miles high, velocity 1,300 feet per second.
We got skirt step. Roger, we confirm skirt step.
Should have had the launch escape citizen test.
Neil Armstrong confirming both the engine skirt separation and the launch escape tower separation.
There we go.
Houston, be advised, the visual is go today. This is Houston, Roger, out.
What was that?
The visual simulation is go today.
You won't, he can't hear you.
What they're
11
describing
Houston,
is
your guidance is converged. You're looking good.
the boost protective cover comes off and the windows are then
Downrange
clear to look
140
through.
miles, altitude 62 miles, velocity 10,300 feet per second. 11 Houston, you are go at 4 minutes. Roger.
The second stage, these 5 J2 engines
right on the ground track.
develop 1,125,000 pounds of thrust. That's an amazing camera that Space Agency has there. We can still see that spacecraft, and at this point, it is almost 93 miles high and 288 miles downrange.
Now, 72 miles high, velocity 11,000 feet per second.
Almost 8,000 miles an hour. It's got to get up to 17,500 to go into Earth orbit. We've got another 4 minutes before the first...
Booster says it's looking good at 5 minutes.
11 Houston, you are go at 5 minutes.
The next critical moment will be when that second stage jettisons and we get that fourth stage ignition for the first time. It's got to go.
S4B is most significant to us.
Velocity 12,472 feet per second.
Slide S4B to COI capability. Okay. Mark,
COI
S4B to COI capability.
Continuously orbit insertion. You can abort to orbit. It doesn't mean you complete the mission, but you have safe flight.
S4B if necessary.
Thank you. You all are coming through beautifully, too.
Everyone's reporting go here in the control center.
So at 6 minutes, starting to give them one. Roger 11, your go from the ground at 6 minutes.
That gate is jumping all around.
Apollo 11, this is Houston, level sense arm at 8+17. Outboard cut off at 9+11.
They've got it.
What do you say was jumping around there, Wally?
Something like gauges are jumping around. I'm not sure what the
Level sense
significance
arm
is.
is the sequence that arranges the staging between the second stage and the third stage. The fuel uncovers a sensor starting that sequence.
I'm sure it's not of major significance other than the fact
Predicting that will be uncovered in 8 minutes 17 seconds.
You've got to look at the...
Cut off 9 minutes 11 seconds on the
Got a minute to look at the empty launch pad with some of those 325,000 gallons of water that pour over it to cool it.
Ground at 7 minutes. Level sense arm at 8+17. Outboard cut off at 9+11. Roger.
So good is this deluge system.
Downrange 530 miles,
so complicated,
altitude 95 miles, velocity 17,358 feet per second.
That it's capable of keeping damage to a minimum on the pad, and they can turn around and use those service stands almost instantly.
Yes, it's quite a change. We used to take quite a while to repair the pads.
Still right down the ground track, still go at 7 minutes 41 seconds.
We'll miss the first of the burn.
Roger, we confirm.
Inboard engines are out on the second stage as planned.
Looks like another perfect Saturn V launch. What a feat they've come to with these Saturns after the early days of Mercury and even Gemini. But these Saturn's on-time launches, I wish we could get American railroads to run on the kind of schedule that Von Braun, Davis and company have got these Apollos launched on.
You know what is amazing is the fact we finally have man-rated boosters here. We borrowed others.
New York go at 8 minutes.
I've just built the mixture ratio ship.
Oh, okay.
Roger, we got PU shift down here too.
Good night, Dayport. These thunderstorms downrange is about all.
11, this is Houston. You are go for staging.
Route for 10 seconds away from S4B.
Stand by for mode 4 capability.
Now this should be the firing of the S4B in just 15 seconds.
Mode 4 on Apollo 11 could get into orbit using the service propulsion system.
PDQ 602 up here.
Altitude is 100 miles, downrange 883 miles.
PDQ 602 and ignition.
There it is, ignition right on top, right on the top.
Thrusters go, 11.
700 PSI. 697, there we are.
And we have a good third stage now.
This burn lasts 2 minutes and 25 seconds, and that brings the vehicle to its orbital speed of 17,500 miles an hour, up a couple of thousand miles an hour from where it was before.
23,128 feet per second. Downrange 1,000 miles, altitude 101 miles.
D1 is on number 5, if you know. Chuck, 718.
This third stage is a J2 engine, develops 225,000 pounds of
This is Houston, at 10 minutes you are go.
That,
Roger, 11, go.
I think I misidentified the capsule communicator a moment ago.
D1's on line 5, Chuck.
The man who is communicating with the astronauts from Mission Control in Houston is Bruce McCandless.
Apollo 11, this is Houston. Predicted cutoff at 11 plus 42. Over.
1142, Rich.
Downrange 1,175 miles. Velocity 24,190 feet per second. Altitude 102 nautical miles.
All right.
There is former President Johnson saying goodbye to a few of his friends in the stands.
Apollo 11, this is Houston. You are go at
He,
11.
sharing with Vice President Agnew the positions of honor here. He's the official representative of President Nixon. Vice President Agnew was the top official of the administration here. We will get...
Velocity 25,254 feet per second.
We should get confirmation of orbital insertion in about 15 seconds now.
Altitude 102.8 nautical miles. Shut down right on time.
1.4 by 103.6.
Roger, shut down, and we copy 101.4 by 103.6.
101.4 by 103.6, that would be in nautical miles. The orbit for the spacecraft has been confirmed. They are in Earth orbit. They've made the first big jump on their trip to land on the moon, and Vice President Agnew is seen there on your screen.
This is Houston. The booster is safe.
All right, Roger.
That's another good sign when they say the booster is safe. That's quite significant to us. It means that the destruct system has been shut off by a command from the ground so that S4B cannot destroy the spacecraft. It's designed, of course, if we abort away to disperse the propellants in that S4B. And we have an escape route, of course, with the escape Talon or with burning away from it. It's kind of nice to know it's shut off.
At this point, of course, now that they are in Earth orbit, their return, it could be a normal return to a selected landing spot by jettisoning the S4B third stage and then going on their service propulsion system engine.
Just as we were on the Earth orbital flights.
Right.
The very same thing.
So this first, always dramatic and obviously with a great explosive potential of all of that fuel, the dangerous launch phase is past, and Apollo 11 is on the way.
Are looking good. Over.
That's Tom Stafford there. Yes, it is.
Yeah. Tom, of course, the pilot on the commander on Apollo 10 that paved the way for this flight. with Vice President Agnew and his party. Tom has been kind of the chief briefing officer for the VVVIPs these last couple of days. See him coming in and out of the hotel there, and the Hilton, and he's constantly running off to make some more notes to brief another important visitor.
I think Tom would probably say V cubed IP.
Well, we remarked earlier that it got to that with all of the foreign dignitaries, the congressmen, the cabinet members, the senators, the governors and mayors here.
Apollo 11, this is Houston, Vanguard LOS at 1535, AOS Canaries at 1630, over.
That report is on the LOS.
We still have...
LOS is the loss of signal from the Vanguard. That's one of the tracking ships out in the Atlantic to the acquisition of signal in the Canary Islands.
From the instrument unit of the third stage of Saturn V. Here on the ground, we're showing an orbit of 102.5 by 99.7 nautical miles. The flight dynamics officer, Dave Reed, wants to get some radar tracking to refine this orbit, and he will report a refined orbit after more radar tracking.
That's very near nominal, didn't it, Wally? 102.5 by 99.7. That's almost that 116 miles, statute miles.
Yes,
high.
it is. I think you'll notice the figures differ, and it's because the radar data hasn't been smoothed yet. The onboard data is probably more nearly correct at this point.
The 101.4, 103.6.
Right.
It really doesn't, it's not critical at this point, the difference in those of 1 or 2 miles in the Earth orbit, as long as they're in approximately the right position over the Pacific on that second orbit to fire off the S-4B third stage and boost their speed from 17,500 to 25,000 miles an hour, which will put them on their way to the moon. That moon trajectory speed is just enough to escape enough of the Earth's gravity to be captured by the moon's gravity, to be brought around the far side of the moon, and then with enough inertial speed to come back to Earth, but not go into moon orbit, nor be going so fast that you bypass the moon and are not captured by its gravity and go on out to the sun, which is what the S-4B will do.
Yes, that's correct. Oh, here we are.
Yeah, those figures translate the last figures to 118 by 120 statute miles, a little bit higher than they had calculated, I think, but by less than a couple of miles and well within range. So we've seen another beautiful Saturn launch, but this one will never be known in history or by those of us who watched it as just another Saturn V launch. Not if all goes well, because this is the flight from which man will first set foot on the moon. We almost glibly toss that line away now, man on the moon, but by golly, just think it over. CBS News color coverage of the launch day of Apollo 11 will continue in a moment.
Yeah, during that Gemini EVA, a lot of things came back to me, and you know, our survival training in the jungle and in the ocean and the desert. This was a little different environment, but the determination to not give up, the determination to not give in to the environment that I was confronted with during that walk is probably what saved my life. I was not going to let this get to me. You know, a lot of problems happened. My visor got all fogged up. I ripped my suit on the inside and back. We knew getting back in the spacecraft. I've always compared it to trying to put a champagne cork back into a champagne bottle. I was a cork and the spacecraft was a bottle. We knew it was going to be difficult. We practiced it a lot, but we never had an opportunity to really practice it in an extended period of time in zero gravity, because you can't reproduce it on Earth. I knew that was going to be a problem, but I put that off until the end because I had enough problems where I was. And yes, it crossed my mind. Well, it crossed my mind that it might be difficult to get back in, but I never, ever accepted the fact that I wasn't going to complete this mission with some degree of success and come home with something and yet get back in a spacecraft. But finally getting in that spacecraft was the real ordeal. But as far as the survival training, yes, I was in a survival mode, and I was not going to give in to the enemy. And the enemy at that point in time was my environment. My spacesuit was like plaster of Paris. It was hard to bend. The zero-G was certainly, you know, people see astronauts floating around zero-G, oh, how wonderful it is. Zero-G was the enemy. And time was the enemy. Daylight, darkness. I had to confront all those things, and I was not going to give in. And in this particular case, I was a rookie, okay? I had to prove something to somebody that I was good enough. And I guess that gave me the motivation, that gave me the determination that I was coming home. And I guess that's, you know, there's a lot of stories about those who survived in the jungle of Vietnam. And I've got to believe that their thinking and my thinking was the same. Well, you never discover how much you don't know until you give it a try. We didn't know what we didn't know at the time I walked in space on that EVA. And today, on a station or on shuttle, or yesterday on shuttle, unfortunately, they do it with ease. And they, you know, we discovered that if you can anchor your feet, and I had no place to put my feet. You know, how dumb can we be? We had smart engineers in the program, and I was going to do it. I should have thought about some of these things. In zero gravity, there was no place to anchor my feet. I had this little handlebar to stand on, a couple bars over here to hold on to, and I had to twist knobs and valves and bring down arms of this big astronaut maneuvering unit. I was going to fly out in space around there, tootling around, jillions of years ago. And now we see it happening on a station, and they use the same golden slippers we use. They use the same tethers we use. They've certainly improved the spacesuits significantly, so you get the motion and mobility and dexterity we didn't have, but that's a natural evolution of what we were doing. But yeah, I feel pretty good at training. They train exclusively underwater. We didn't do any of that when I went up. We learned, now underwater training is not zero gravity, it's neutral buoyancy. Tremendous help though in giving you an understanding of the environment you're going to be confronted with when you are in zero gravity. And all those things came from the days of the Gemini program, and they started with my flight. The EVA and Apollo on Gemini 10 with Mike Collins pretty much supported the problems I had. Gemini 11 re-supported the same problems until finally we came to Gemini 12 and said, hey, we're not going to fly the AMU again. Another little incident. If we had, I probably would have flown again because I'm the one who had the experience and probably the know-how to be able to make it successful the second time around. But we didn't. We made what we called a monkey board and had levers and hooks and tethers and made these shoes that you could stand on. And therefore on Gemini 12, Buzz Aldrin it was a piece of cake. But we solved the problems on the ground. We just verified them in space.
The Skylab astronauts invited all the former prisoners of war to watch these two launches. And we have asked Colonel Jim Lamar of Little Rock, Arkansas, to join us here and watch it with us. Colonel Lamar was shot down over North Vietnam in May of 1966, so this will be an entirely new experience for him. And if you're wondering about the very colorfully wrapped cast that he's wearing, that's because the Colonel has undergone surgery to repair an injury suffered a long time ago, some 7 years ago. Colonel Lamar, we don't expect you to say anything terribly profound, but I think you're going to be impressed by this sight today.
Right, I think so too.
Yes, indeed. Well, we're very happy to have you with us. Jules?
Frank, it's T-minus 3.5 minutes for the launch of America's first space station, the giant Skylab on pad 39B behind us. Thunderstorms that could have threatened the launch are now moving north around Daytona Beach and seem to be bypassing the Cape nicely. Out there on pad 39B is the world's biggest spacecraft, this 100-ton monster, Skylab itself. And this is the way it should look in orbit if all goes well, and indeed it has to look in orbit before men can be launched. 118 feet high from the bottom of the cone here to the top of the telescope mount, the Apollo telescope mount, weighing 100 tons, really a 3-bedroom, 1.5 bath house. It is so large that the only thing you can really compare it with is a tractor-trailer truck on the highway. It is longer than this tractor-trailer truck would be. That's an idea of the enormity of Skylab as it is on the pad. Before Pete Conrad, Paul Weitz, and Dr. Joe Kerwin can be committed to flight tomorrow, however, these solar paddles, the Apollo telescope mount here, all these devices have to successfully deploy before they can be committed. As of now, at T-minus 2.5 minutes, it looks good.
And as we mentioned earlier, the Skylab crew will be launched tomorrow on another rocket. That is, of course, as Jules says, all goes well today. Much must happen. Commanding the mission will be a veteran of the astronaut corps, Pete Conrad. Tomorrow's space flight will be his 4th venture into space. The scientist astronaut on this mission is Dr. Joseph Kerwin, a physician. It will be his first flight. And the same is true for astronaut Paul Weitz, who's been waiting 7 long years for his turn in space. It's an all-Navy crew, 1 captain and 2 commanders. We are now 2 minutes and 20 seconds away from that moment of liftoff. And Jules, we can't take anything for granted now, because I remember the last time we were down here, we got to within 30 seconds of launch, and then we sat and waited for a couple of hours. Hopefully that won't happen today.
Like almost 3 hours, and the other thing that's being watched carefully are those thunderstorms that have bypassed the Cape. Pete Conrad's last flight, Apollo 12, our second mission to the moon, took off in a brilliant display of electronic pyrotechnics from lightning. And Pete the other day said to the launch director, "I don't want another one like that."
No.
It looks like he won't have it today.
Let's now go to launch control for these last few moments.
Arm across to the vehicle to carry the propellants and the power to the vehicle. The first stage engines will be building up 7.6 million pounds of thrust at liftoff. Liftoff will follow an ignition at 8.9 seconds. We just passed the 90-second mark in the countdown. At 8.9 seconds in the count, we'll expect to get an engine sequence start on the 5 first-stage engines of the Saturn V. They'll build up thrust. That thrust will be monitored. The vehicle will be held down for the full 8.9 seconds, and we'll expect to get liftoff right at T0. We're approaching the 1-minute mark in our countdown at this time as it proceeds smoothly. Mark, T-minus 1 minute, and continuing to count. A water deluge system now has been turned on, activated at the pad area. Pressurization taking place now, the various tanks aboard the vehicle being pressurized. Switching to internal power. All stages switching now to internal power. All propellant tanks being pressurized. Count continuing smoothly. The water at the pad covering the flame deflectors. Now we've passed the 30-second mark. Water also will be coming on to the decks of the mobile launcher at the ignition point. T-minus 20 seconds, and the countdown continues to go smoothly. Guidance release. T-minus 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8. We have ignition sequence has started. 6, 5, 4, 3, 1, 0. And we have a liftoff. The Skylab lifting off the pad now, moving up. Skylab has cleared the tower.
Houston is now controlling. Mark, 18 seconds, pitch and roll program started. Saturn now maneuvering to its proper flight path attitude. Mark, 20
25 seconds. Mark 30 seconds. 35 seconds, 1 nautical mile in altitude, looking good. Range safety, give Saturn a green, we cleared the beach. Mark 50 seconds, 2.5 nautical miles in altitude. Ground display data shows good stable thrust on all 5 engines. Coming up now in 1 minute. Mark 1 minute. 1 minute 5 seconds, 4 nautical miles in altitude. Coming up now and create a maximum aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle. 1 minute 10 seconds. Roll program complete. Pitch profile still in progress. Mark 1 minute 20 seconds, 7 nautical miles in altitude. Velocity now reading 2,500 feet per second. Mark 1 minute 30 seconds, pass through max Q, still looking good. Saturn now at 11 nautical miles in altitude, 5 nautical
Colonel
miles
Lamar?
in range. Velocity now reading 3,300.
I'm always overwhelmed by that, even by the fact that there weren't any men on board today. That makes it kind of different from what we've seen in the past. But that's the first time you've seen one of those big babies go.
That's right. That's got to be the most awe-inspiring sight I've ever seen in my life. That is something tremendous.
Do you believe men went to the moon, Jim?
Yes, I believe it. I sure do. But I sure would like to have been here to see it. Golly.
You missed the whole bit, didn't you?
Yes, I
You didn't learn about our landing on the moon until months later.
Well, about 5 months later, that's right. And I learned about it in a kind of a peculiar way, but it was a real thrill when I did.
Well, I hope that we have even better weather tomorrow for you so that you can see that thing arc up there. It kind of was lost in the clouds today. Weren't you impressed by the force, the shock wave coming across that cape? You know, we're some miles away from
Of course I was. And not only that the wave began, but that it continued for so long after the rocket was there.
Yeah. And they make it seem so easy, don't they?
Oh, gosh, yes. Just like child's play, but just think of the amount of work that went into it.
Oh, yeah, that's what's so overwhelming. Colonel, you're going to go back to flying, too,
Yes,
aren't you?
sir, you bet I am.
Can't wait to get back in the air.
Okay, first stage
thanks so
shutdown,
much.
Frank.
Thanks so much. What's that?
Mission control has just confirmed first stage shutdown on schedule, on the money, and second stage is igniting.
Good.
Good all the way so far.
I'm having trouble keeping this thing in my ear here.
And the Saturn V with that 100-ton Skylab on it is now about 50 miles downrange, climbing through around 50 miles altitude, and all looking good so far.
The following is CNN's coverage of a live event.
Hello, and welcome to this CNN special presentation. I'm John Holloman. Today, we're taking you where no one has gone before, to Mars. With the landing of the Pathfinder probe just moments away, about 6.5 moments, we will eavesdrop on mission control at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in California. We will hear from Donna Shirley, the head of NASA's Mars Exploration Program. Our own Jim Hill is there. CNN's Jennifer Arthur is just across town in Pasadena at the Planet Fest celebration, and we'll wait to find out. Is there life on the red planet, or can there be? And will the Pathfinder survive the basketball drop on the Martian surface? Jim Hill's with us now.
That's right, John. We're here in Pasadena at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, where in about 10 minutes or less, the entire vehicle, the lander and the rover, will be dropping into the Martian atmosphere and beginning a very, very busy 4.5 minutes. That's about how long it takes for the lander and the rover as a unit to drop down to the surface of Mars. Now, joining me right now is Donna Shirley. Now, Donna, can you tell us at what point we're going to know whether or not the entry into the atmosphere is actually taking place?
Well, we should know in about, 5 minutes or so, because we'll get a signal back that will, the signal from the spacecraft will change. The frequency will change because the spacecraft will start to slow down due to the friction of the atmosphere. But then we'll probably lose the signal when the parachute deploys.
Now, is that a certainty that the signal will in fact be lost at that point, or is there a chance there could be a continued signal?
There's a chance that the signal could continue all the way practically down to the airbag deployment, but the odds are very low. It will almost certainly, we will almost certainly lose the signal, because the Earth is really low on the horizon, and the lower the spacecraft gets, the harder it is for it to see the Earth.
Now, we talk about a period of roughly 4 hours in which there's going to be a lot of nail biting, in which really the engineers don't know. You really don't know if the craft has survived the impact. Is there any way of gaining information to ease your thoughts, or is that really a blackout?
Well, it really is a blackout, especially after we land, because we actually turn the transmitter off, because we have to operate completely on battery power for the next 4 hours because there's no sun. We're landing in the dark. And so in order to conserve the batteries for the operations so that the spacecraft can actually talk to us, we'll be turning the transmitter off once we're on the ground. And that all happens automatically.
Now, what we're looking at right now would be basically the entry and in the heat shield, is that right?
Right, that's right. The friction of the atmosphere with the heat shield, which is the front there that's turning red, is heating up, is slowing the spacecraft down due to the drag, just like when you put your hand out the car window. But it's going so fast at about 16,000 miles an hour that it's also heating up.
Okay, thank you, Donna. We're going to take a break right now and go to live mission control and see what's going on there.
Going to open the parachute such that the dynamic pressure at the time of parachute motor deployment is about 600 newtons per meter squared. Although the vehicle is still traveling at nearly 1,000 miles per hour at the time that the parachute deploys, because the atmosphere is so thin, this dynamic pressure corresponds to only a fraction of a pound per square inch. We expect that the parachute will deploy in about 15 seconds. The events will follow will occur in rapid succession under the control of the onboard software. I'll report these events as they are expected to occur.
He said that
Parachute should now be deployed.
they should have seen real strong number. You should change it. Oh, yeah.
The spacecraft is slowing down rapidly because of parachute deployment. The heat shield should separate in about 3, 2, 1, 0 seconds. The next event is lander separation. That should occur in about 5 seconds. When that occurs, the lander will descend in about 10 seconds down the bridle. Lander separation should have occurred right about now. We should be switching from one antenna to another antenna under flight software control. This is an antenna that improves our ability to see the signal during this descent phase.
The cheer that you heard about 1 minute ago was an indication that the parachute had opened. There was a change in the signal strength meter there in Mars Mission Control.
Spacecraft should be approximately a mile above the surface of Mars. There's a lot of uncertainty in the timing from here on out because of the variation in the atmosphere.
The big picture on your screen is animation telling you what we and they think is happening right now.
The spacecraft should have passed the 600 mark. Airbags should be inflated. Rockets should be firing. And bridle should be cut.
The commentator has to say should have now because there's not the same level of communication with the Mars Pathfinder. There is no camera to take pictures to equal this animation that we're looking at. But over the next couple of minutes, if it successfully gets to the Martian surface and if it concludes its bouncing around on the surface of Mars, there is a possibility of a very weak radio signal from Mars, which will be picked up by the deep space network antennas that are located in Spain.
DDL-COM has reported that a signal is barely visible. It's a very good sign, everybody.
That's what they were hoping would happen. The Pathfinder has successfully touched down on the surface of Mars. Donna Shirley, join us here. I'm told you were pumped. Is that an accurate description?
What, me?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Boy, am I pumped. Wow, we never expected to get the signal this way. We never expected it. I mean, this is the best news imaginable. This is terrific.
Tell me what it means. Tell me what it means, really. That means it's there, the airbags are still up. I mean, what do you know because you got that signal?
We know that it hit the surface, that it all worked, that it's still alive on the surface. And that was the biggest uncertainty as to whether it was going to make it to the surface and hit the surface. That means the parachutes worked, the heat shield worked, the airbags worked. It all worked. And now all we have to do is settle down and let the airbags deflate and open the pedals, and it'll all be great. It should just go swimmingly.
Is it daylight on Mars right now or nighttime in the landing zone?
It's nighttime. It's about 3 o'clock in the morning Mars time, and we won't have the sun for about another 4 hours. So we will soon turn off the transmitter.
Okay, and these airbags will deflate slowly, or do you think there's a need for you to speed them up? And,
No, they'll do their own thing. This is completely out of our hands now. We can't send any commands.
Okay, and given that things have gone so swimmingly to this point, any chance we'll get our first picture any sooner than we've been led to believe we might?
No, absolutely not. Everything is now programmed to happen, keyed to when the sun comes up. And that's just going to take a while.
All right, we're going to go back into mission control for a second.
Hopefully, we may see a signal when that finishes up. We will keep our eyes peeled, of course. Seeing a signal from the surface of Mars is actually the hard part.
And if I can have the first or the second slide. This is what you see. First, examine your trusty Sojourner rover. Healthy, ready to perform her mission. She's crouched down still, the way she was during the cruise, but will soon be released to stand at full height. Is this surrounding terrain safe for the rover? I'll let you form your own opinion. Are there clues here concerning the history of ancient Mars? Let's look together for the first time at the Martian landscape. Now, turn your head to the right and see the next slide, and we'll look to the other side of the pedal. Look in the distance. Those hills are not far away. It's too early for me to tell you how far, but they are fairly close. And look at that airbag bunched up on the right side of the rover pedal. And now I'm going to take you through a few close-ups within this landscape. And if I can have the next slide, we're looking towards the southwest, and the sun is over our left shoulder. You can see by the shadows. The sun's about 9:30 in the sky. And those boulders are the rocks that we will be investigating over the next few weeks. Those are the rocks that may hold the clues to the history of Mars. And in the next picture, we'll look at the rover and what it has to deal with. Now, as you notice, there are some dislocations in the wheels and so forth. This is due to parallax. As the camera turns its head, nearby objects move at a different rate than distant objects. And we have chosen to put the distant objects together, and we have let the dislocations be present in the rover. This is very hard to correct for, and we'll have to wait some time before we can get everything pieced together properly. If you remember, our camera takes frame-by-frame pictures like tiles. Let's look at another picture. There's the rocks and those distant hills. One hill has a little chunk out of it. I think that's on the border between two frames, and will be corrected. We have only had 1/2 an hour to put these pictures together, and there are about 120 pictures here. This is a remarkable feat, and the image processing lab here at JPL deserves full credit. They have never done a picture of this magnitude in such a quick time period. Okay, let's look at another picture. Now, ignore that little notch in the hill. That's an artifact, but maybe it's a mirage. But this is a fantastic landscape. You see sand there. You see a diversity of rocks. This is exciting for us, and this is what we'll be exploring. Now, let's look a little closer. Next picture. This is the APXS. You see that little can? Let me see if I can point it out. There. This is the APXS. This is the ramp that's still stowed and can be deployed. Well, I'm not sure that it will be. And the airbag that is certainly interfering with the deployment of the ramp. Now let's look close by at the soil. Next picture. Oh, I'm sorry, we have one extra in the distance. There's a very large rock in the mid-distance. Remember, this is a view seen from sitting on the surface. Tomorrow, or at the end of Sol 1, we will extend our mast, and we will have the view of from the perspective of an adult standing on the lander. And I think this is the final picture next, a close-up view of the rock. And if you look carefully up, you can see some of the soil has been disturbed here, obviously from when the airbags are being retracted. And you can see a close-up view of a rock. And I refuse to speculate at this point what that rock is, but we are going to be studying that and hope to tell you soon what our scientific assessment is. So with those images, we are started on our mission. We're returning pictures as fast a rate as we can. Believe me, we want to see them as much as everyone else. And over the next few days, you will start to see some really more mature products coming out of this camera instead of this first quick look.
Everything is go. T-minus 12. T-minus 10. We have go for engine start. T-minus 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff. We have liftoff of Challenger and Spacelab 2. The shuttle has cleared the tower.
Tower clear.
Roger, liftoff.
Roll program initiated.
Challenger.
Houston now controlling. They'll be throttling down to 65% throttles on their main engines. Now throttling down. Now at 65%. Velocity now 1,000 feet per second. Distance downrange 2 nautical miles. Altitude 4.1.
Challenger Houston, your go at throttle up.
Engines now back up to 104%. Three good APUs, 3 good fuel cells on Challenger. 1 minute 30 seconds. Velocity now 3,200 feet per second. The rate of climb 2,000 feet per second. That call a precursor to SRB separation. Standing by for SRB set. Good SRB SEP confirmed. 2 minutes, 22 seconds now at 4,500 feet per second in velocity.
103 converged. 103.
Distance downrange 46 nautical miles.
Challenger Houston, first stage performance low.
On Milo.
That call gives the crew. That call gives the crew throttling information. Velocity now 5,100 feet per second. The rate of climb 1,400 feet per second.
Challenger Houston, 2-engine TAL capability.
Roger, 2-engine TAL. That call tells the crew they have the capability to make a Zaragoza, Spain, transatlantic abort should one engine fail. Three minutes, 16 seconds. Distance downrange, 80 nautical miles.
Return status. Fido, go. Booster, go. Prop, go.
Return status now being discussed in the MOCR. All systems are go. Three minutes, 45 seconds. Now 110 nautical miles downrange, velocity 6,600 feet per second.
Challenger Houston, negative return.
Negative return. That call indicates a return to launch site abort no longer possible.
And booster flight, how the engine's looking?
Looking fine.
Four minutes, 18 seconds. Now 147 nautical miles downrange. Velocity now 8,000 feet per second. Five minutes, 5 seconds, mission elapsed time. Now 214 nautical miles downrange.
Challenger Houston, press to ATO.
Roger, press to ATO. That call tells the crew that they should be ready to dump any fuel should an engine go down anytime in the next 45 seconds. ATO stands for abort to orbit should that be necessary. APU's reported looking good, 3 fuel cells up and running. 5 minutes, 36 seconds. Altitude 58 nautical miles, distance downrange 275 nautical miles, velocity 11,000 feet per second.
Repeat copy, stand by.
Flight Fido, abort, ATO. Abort, ATO.
We have a center engine down. Abort ATO. Abort ATO.
Mission Control, Houston, we have a center engine down on the Challenger. The crew has been instructed to abort to orbit. Center engine down and stable. The two engines are up and running and they're stable. The center engine is down. Crew has been instructed to abort to orbit. We're now at 6 minutes 27 seconds mission elapsed time. Altitude 58 nautical miles, the distance downrange 375 nautical miles, velocity 13,000 feet per second. Again, we're in an abort to orbit case. We have two engines up and running, one engine down. 3 APUs good, fuel cells also look good.
Challenger, Houston, single engine TAL capability.
Pressure, single engine TAL.
Roger that, and main engine limits to enable, Gordo.
Okay.
Main engine cutoff time now at an MET of 9 minutes 41 seconds. Crew can still get to Zaragoza should they lose another engine. However, we still have two stable Space Shuttle main engines. Center engine is down, however, and they've been instructed at this point to abort to orbit. Their velocity now 15,700 feet per second. Altitude 56 nautical miles, distance downrange 546 nautical miles. MET now 7 minutes 55 seconds. Again, we have two main engines up and running at 104%. Center engine is down. Crew is aborting to orbit.
Houston, we have about 1 minute and 50 seconds of dump time. Can you confirm?
Challenger, Houston, look like a good dump. That's about the right time.
That fuel dump necessary to achieve proper main engine cutoff constraints for this case.
Sensor problems. We've failed another sensor. I'm tempted to go inhibit it. I know there's single engine capability.
Are we past TAL, Fido? Yes, we are, Flight. Limits to inhibit.
Challenger, Houston, main engine limits to inhibit.
Okay, inhibit.
We'll keep a good close eye on it.
Okay, which deuces are you having trouble with?
It's the fuel turbine.
Mission Control, Houston, 9 minutes, mission elapsed time, altitude 58.3 nautical miles, distance downrange 789 nautical miles.
Keep an eye on it for you.
Okay, 3 keg.
Velocity now 21,969 feet per second. Still running at 104% on our main engines, two main engines that are remaining. Center engine is down. Mission Control, Houston, MECO confirmed.
We copy and we're looking at it, Gordo.
Ohms 1 status, prop.
Confirmed ET SEP.
And Fido. That's affirmed. Okay. No Ohms 1 required. APUs off.
Challenger, Houston will confirm no Ohms 1 required. APUs off on time.
Mission Control, Houston, 10 minutes, 30 seconds, mission elapsed time. Challenger is going into orbit. The main engines have shut down as planned in this abort scenario.
Houston, radio check.
Okay, you're loud and clear.
Okay, and we'll confirm no Ohms 1 required. APUs off on time.
Okay, no one's one, and APU is off on time. We're busy with the pack details.
No orbital maneuvering system burn required. The orbiter is going into orbit. Also, the APUs will be shut off on time. Again, the engines are off. The main engine cutoff came at 9 minutes 41 seconds. The external tank is separated properly.
Bob, by not waking you up, an observer from another planet certainly probably could decide that we have such things as clouds and at least large thunderstorms. Because right at the terminator, you get brightening of the sunlit side and a long, long shadow out to the east that is reminiscent of what we saw in the early days looking at the moon at the terminator.
Roger.
However, the next pass around, I'll bet you wouldn't see them. I've never been a big, I didn't grow up with the idea of drifting continents and seafloor spreading. But I tell you, when you look at the way the pieces of the northeastern portion of the African continent seem to fit together, separated by narrow gulfs, it could almost make a believer of anybody.
Roger. It's beginning to look like a globe that you might buy down at the store, huh?
Oh, I don't think so, Bob.
Okay.
I don't think we better put this one up for sale. Somewhere there might be somebody who'd like to buy it.
Say, Jack, we noticed the O2 flow has dropped down. Now, we're wondering, did you all close the waste storage vent valve?
I don't think so. Let me check on that. It might have gotten closed inadvertently in this game we're playing down in the LEB. Huh? Ron says it's still in vent.
It is on vent, Roger. Okay, we're noticing the flow is coming back up slowly, so something causes it to drop and it's coming back up.
Okay.
17 using.
Go ahead.
Jack, just to ease those words I said before, we looked at the schematics here a second, and you'd be dumping urine out of that same line as that waste vent, and that would probably cause the pressure to build up enough to slow the O2 flow. And we notice the O2 flow is climbing back up to where it belongs.
Well, that's clever. Okay.
Didn't mean to worry you there, and shouldn't have said it, I guess, before we looked at the schematic.
Well, I really hadn't started to worry about it yet, Bob, so no sweat. How'd the S4B work go, Bob?
They just finished their second burn, and it's targeted right where they want it. Just working perfectly.
Where were they going to put that one? I guess I lost track of that.
$7 degrees south and 8 degrees west, Jack.
Say again, you cut out on the first.
Okay, 7 degrees south and 8 degrees west.
Okay. That ought to be interesting. Okay, we've got a visual on the Agena at 76 miles.
Roger, understand. Visual, Agena, 76 miles.
Sorry, Houston, this is Gemini 8. We're station keeping on the Agena at about 150 feet. Way to go, partner.
You done it, boy. You done it. Good job.
Do the thing.
Boy, look at that sucker.
That's beautiful. See the dipole?
Do I ever? I see everything with that color.
Man, that's great.
Man, that is really slick.
A bit of all right.
Okay, the first thing we really have to do, platform parallel from 650 to 710, and they're giving us the SPC loaded yaw maneuver. It looks like that nominal time. So they're going to give you that time. And I'll check your old status display for you. I bet those Lockheed guys are just jumping up and down.
The S10 is on.
Yeah.
Okay.
We are looking at the left or command pilot's window as the station keeping exercise with Agena begins. Gemini 8 had no difficulty in maneuvering in the vicinity of the Agena. The onboard film, as in past flights, was at 6 frames per second and is being projected at 4 times that speed. After station keeping for 35 minutes, Command Pilot Armstrong begins to move in closer to Agena, preparing his final docking approach. Both vehicles are traveling at approximately 17,500 miles per hour. We are looking at the target docking adapter end of the Agena. The command pilot makes a docking approach by applying very small thrust increases to Gemini 8. The maximum velocity difference between the two vehicles at docking will be about 1 foot per second. When the command pilot is about 2 feet from the Agena, he will pause until he gets a go from the Rosenaught Victor. The double check has been completed.
Okay, Gemini 8, we have TM solid. You're looking good on the ground. Go ahead and dock. I think we're going to hold off on this SPC thing until he does get docked. Okay, go ahead with your memory compare. Roger. Let us know what you get out of that. The flight, we are down. Back up.
That was it. 2 vehicles docked for the first time in space. Shortly after docking, the crew was slightly surprised when Jim Lovell, the spacecraft communicator, checked in with this caution.
Roger, 8, reading you loud and clear. I have some information for you. Ready to copy?
Stand by. What kind of information is it?
If you run into trouble and the attitude control system of the Agena goes wild, just send in command 400 to turn it off and take control of the spacecraft. Did you copy that?
Roger, we understand.
It was a routine check. You punch 400 into the onboard computer. This automatically turns off the attitude control system of the Agena. If the problem is Agena control, that ends it. Minutes later, Gemini 8 passed out of communications range beyond the island of Madagascar. The crew was preparing to begin a series of docking exercises. And the Mason was between stations. It had left 5-3 and was headed for a 6-3 recovery zone. Since we were in the 5th revolution, the retrofire experts were routinely updating their retrofire times. These are usually planned for 6 revolutions ahead and stored in the onboard computer. It was about this time that Jim Lovell almost qualified as the space prophet of the year. For 7 hours after liftoff and 27 minutes of normal docking, an excessive yaw and roll motion occurred. The crew punched up 400, but the trouble was not in the Agena. Unable to find an immediate answer, Mr. Armstrong undocked. The roll rate continued to build up, reaching about 1 revolution per second. Struggling to regain control, Mr. Armstrong was forced to fire the re-entry thrusters and gradually reasserted control over the spacecraft. Neither crewman experienced any loss of orientation. Gemini never approached a critical structural strain. Once the re-entry thrusters are fired, there is the possibility of fuel leakage in orbit, leaking of fuel essential for re-entry. The flight had been highly successful through 27 minutes of docking, but final action rests squarely on the shoulders of this man, the flight director. A decision came quickly. Fuel readings were too low. Abort. That was the first decision. Others follow. Where do we recover? A stream of facts flow into Flight Director Hodges' console. Exact orbital position. Weather in the Pacific. Available daylight in recovery zones. And the whereabouts of the USS Mason. A destroyer which had repetitiously practiced picking up a boilerplate model of Gemini in the waters of the Pacific came into its own. Millions of people suddenly learned that it existed. With Gemini stabilized in flight, there were several advantages to delaying re-entry for another orbit. The retrofire officer would have an exact reading on retrofire times, and the crew could prepare for re-entry, and aircraft could be on station at splashdown. This is the way it would be. The NASA coordinator leans over toward the DoD console. We want to recover in 7-3. The DoD manager immediately punches the button, which puts him in contact with Pacific Recovery Control, Hawaii. Hawaii alerts the captain of the Mason. He swings around and heads for 7-3, making 30 knots. Search aircraft scramble from Okinawa. They will be over the predicted landing point 10 minutes before the spacecraft splashes down. As Gemini 8 begins its 7th and final revolution, weather is excellent in the splashdown area. The crew is busy. The command pilot has time for only this brief reflection. I'd like to argue with them about going home, but I don't know how we can. That was all. Gemini 8 sweeps past Ascension Island. Retrofire will come up over Kano, Nigeria. Air-to-ground communications are broken, but the rockets fire right on the nose. The crew begins their descent through the atmosphere. This is the view they will see for a long time, the high peaks of the Himalayas. After these forbidding mountains, the sweep of the Pacific will look friendly and hospitable. Waiting for Gemini 8 are rescue aircraft circling in the landing area, ready to pick up an electronic signal from the spacecraft. 2 aircraft from Okinawa were originally assigned here, but 5 others were quickly alerted and added to the recovery team. When Gemini 8 is only 3 miles away, a C-54 catches sight of it on the main landing parachute. After that, landing is almost routine, and Gemini 8 landed within 2 miles of the predicted impact point. The first pararescue swimmer in the water is Airman First Class Neal. Airman Neal is a veteran of combat rescue work and a good man to have on your side. He was quickly followed by 2 other rescue swimmers. It was early afternoon in the Pacific, but almost 11 o'clock at night in the Atlantic, where the USS Boxer had waited. The Mason, 3 hours away at splashdown, reached the area at 3:17 p.m. local time. Crew and spacecraft, both in good shape, were soon aboard. Within 72 hours, NASA scientists would pin down the source of trouble. A short circuit in the wiring of the number 8 yaw thruster had caused it to fire erratically. The possibility of this failure recurring is slight, but a master switch has now been added to the Gemini spacecraft. The crew can throw this switch and cut off all power to the attitude thrusters in any future flight.
Open, open. 9, all vents open.
8,
No pre-house or board bleed.
6,
Or bleed.
5, 4,
Ignition.
3. We have a go for engine
Stall
start.
line up.
0. We have booster
800
ignition.
liftoff confirmed, Paige. Copy liftoff.
New height for women in X-ray astronomy.
Stall up 3104.
In the roll, we've got
Flight
a fuel
clock
cell
controller.
number 1.
D2A on the center, D2B on the left. AC buttons off. No action on the fuel cell. Go ahead.
Flight booster lost controller, doesn't see lost center engine A, right engine B looks like something on AC1.
Copy that. AC bus sensors off. AC bus sensors off.
Columbia, Houston, we'd like AC bus sensors off.
Eagle flight.
In the fuel cell.
Flight, we're look like a transient on AC1.
Tell them that. Transient on AC1.
Bus looks healthy at this time.
Roger that, Columbia. Looks like we had a transient
All down.
AC1.
67.
Booster flight, give me what we lost on the controllers. We lost a DCU-A on the center and DCU-B on the right. Critical AC2 on the center and AC3 on the right. Start alarm 367. In the bucket.
Main engine concurs and copies with your call. Watching for GPC 1 or 3.
Critical AC2. And AC3 flying.
Copy.
And AC3, that's good call.
Houston, we are
throttling up.
AC2 on the center engine, AC3 on the
3
right.
3 at 104.
Throttle up 3 to 104.
on the center and DCU-B on the right.
There, go at throttle up.
Copy that.
And Columbia, Houston, you are go at throttle up.
And we did it.
Columbia,
we did get MCF on both engines.
Yeah, I concur.
Booster MPS.
Go MPS.
Yeah, right hydraulic pressure Bravo. Lighting on the right.
Have any idea what tripped on AC1?
Looks like ratty data.
We'll check the
stored in there.
Yeah, the fuel cell pH, was that also the AC bus?
That's just when the, yes sir, when it bounced. It just did a self-test.
Copy that.
Booster main engine.
Go.
Yeah, we see higher fuel and oxidizer temps on the right engine. Doesn't look like a performance case right now, but I'm verifying.
Copy. And Tim, the trend on AC1 right now is flatline. I mean, it looks good on all the inverter.
Yes, sir. The 3 buses look healthy at this time.
Okay. That should be SAP. 103 converged. Copy.
Performance nominal.
Copy, nominal performance.
Columbia, Houston, performance nominal.
Performance nominal.
Got it. And copy nominal performance.
Yeah, they did get the AC bus sensors off.
I concur.
And the primary data on the center looks static.
Yeah, it is DCA. Lots of primary data. Just can't get the BSC channel here. Trying to recycle the BSC channel here.
Copy that. Okay, MPS status.
2-engine Bengareer.
2-engine Tau.
Columbia, Houston, 2-engine Ben.
No spacer trager loop.
2-engine Ben.
I'm going to take a small +6 thrust update.
Okay, we've got no suspects.
Copy, none.
I got it.
And main engine concurs, then booster.
Copy.
All the parameters on the right engine. Looks like a possible pre-throttling nozzle leak. The fuel temps and HPOT temps and OPOV is open. The fuel discharge pressure is low, but we're not meeting all Qs. We're not meeting the HPOT.
Yeah, we're not.
Temps
we're
and
only
the
halfway
OPOV.
towards the turbine temp on the HPOT to that.
I concur.
Negative return.
Copy, negative return.
You are negative return.
Columbia, negative return.
And the OPOV hasn't moved near enough for that.
Flight vital.
I concur.
Vital flight.
We took a thrust update of +6.
+6, copy that. Booster, how's your engines looking? Engine's looking good, flight. The right engine looks like the tags are off on the right. Doesn't line up with anything. Copy. You lose most of your data on the center? Yeah, center engine lost primary data due to the DCUA channel power fail. Okay. Good, went down. Copy, good fest. John, if the center went down, you'd expect it behind the data path, is that correct? Negative flight. We still have secondary data. We still have the PC sensors and engine status where it's dead.
And main engine concurs. And booster main engine with sensitivities.
Go.
GPC 2, and also GPC 3. I'll give it a command path.
And the GPC 3 would be command
and data.
Right.
That's correct.
Okay, still looking at good helium, good ullage on the MPS.
Press to ATO.
Press to ATO.
Houston, press to ATO.
Copy, press.
Group Banjo 109. Press to ATO.
Single engine ops 3.
Copy, ops 3.
And Columbia, Houston, you can select Banjul now.
selecting Banjul.
Roger that. You are single engine ops 3.
Single engine ops 3.
And MPS continues to look good. Good helium, good ullage. Center right open, left cycling.
Copy that. Banjul is on board, flight. Copy Banjul.
Single engine Banjul 104.
Copy single engine Tau.
Single engine Tau.
Single engine Banjul 104.
Single engine Banjul 104. Press to Miko.
Copy, press to Miko.
Houston, press to Miko.
Columbia, press to Miko.
Flight. Colin? Roger, we're rolling. Heads up, flight. Copy.
One minute to Tigris.
Inside 2 minutes, let's get an underspeed.
Copy. Triage, Mr. Mokadan for an underspeed. Triage, booster on Mokadan for an underspeed.
No underspeed.
Thank you.
Copy, no underspeed.
Copy, none. And we're going to watch throttling on the center on the GH2 out P and GO2 out T.
I concur. And the PC average we got.
And we got the PC average coming down to this, right? Just lost a primary on the center. Booster flight. Go flight.
Single engine press 104.
Columbia, Houston. Single engine press 104.
Columbia, single engine press 104.
John, coming up on a minute to Miko here. Any shutdown required? No shutdowns required. We'll watch throttling on the center with the secondary data that we have. Good call. Scooter, why don't we give that up?
3 Gs.
Columbia, Houston, approaching Miko. Nominal shutdown plan, no action required.
Handing over Tigris.
Stick it up.
3G throttles.
Throttles on
stand by.
3. Should have gone up UHF flight. Copy.
Concur, 3G throttles on 3. Good commands, no shutdown required.
Copy that. Flight booster, 3G throttling on 3. Copy that.
23K.
Locks at 5.
Copy, 23K.
Locks at 5.
MPS is go for guided Miko.
Concur.
Main engines go.
I concur. We'll go.
Fuel at 5.
Fuel at 5.
And Flight GC, we're not copying downlink on UHF to Bermuda.
Copy.
Arm.
Arm. Fine count.
Fine count. Miko confirmed.
Lock to level cut.
Confirmed. Copy.
Pre-valves closed. Disconnects closed. Relay pipes open. Backup dump valves open.
Flight vital.
Go.
15 foot per second underspeed. Ohms 1 is not required.
ET7.
ET7. Flight, it looked like it was a LOX low level cutoff. Copy.
Confirm.
Columbia, Houston, we see a 15 foot per second underspeed. Ohms 1, not required.
Copy, Ohms 1 not required, and it's great to be back in 0G again.
And main engine is expecting dump on 3.
Okay, folks, all the post Ohms 1 steps.
MPS copies.
Page 3-2. Booster, did you see the flash on the low-level sensors?
They were solid.
Yeah, we saw the LOX low-level sensors, all 4 of them, go dry right at Miko, and with the underspeed there, it looked like it was probably a LOX low-level cutoff. Yikes.
You bet.
Concur. We don't need any more of these. How about that?
This is a CBS News special report. The flight of Apollo 10. Brought to you by Western Electric, manufacturing and supply unit of the Bell System, as part of our continuing coverage of important news events. Reporting from the CBS News Apollo headquarters in New York, correspondent Walter Cronkite.
From Houston, we are listening to them update more material to the lunar module, arranging for the staging, which they say is scheduled now for about 7 minutes from this point. That's the point at which they leave the ascent stage behind. When they do, they lose an important source of power to the spacemen. They're circling the moon. The ascent stage engine, with up to 9,000 pounds of thrust, could be used to put the entire docked configuration, that is the command module and the lunar modules, back into a trajectory toward the Earth. But once they leave it behind, they have gotten rid of that one contingency in case of emergency, and they're left with only their service propulsion system engine in the command module with 20,500 pounds of thrust to put them into that Earth trajectory. As soon as we get any further descriptions from the lunar module, from Tom Stafford and Gene Cernan as they sweep down toward the Earth's surface, we'll be plugging into that, but we haven't been hearing much yet. They're talking engineering right now. They're concerned with getting everything lined up for the most critical maneuvers as far as Stafford and Cernan are concerned yet in this flight, and that's getting back to Charlie Brown, the command module, so they can come home. They've got just 1 minute to go before the staging, before they drop that descent propulsion system engine, and they are coming now down to their low point, 13 miles above the moon's surface, but they're so busy with engineering details that they're not hearing much description of or any description of what they're seeing, but let's listen in.
My attitude looks good. I'm coming up on 270 upside down. And yours is looking good. We're going to be awful light. Okay. Stay out of there, babe. That's that last attitude.
Bye-bye.
Babe. That's that last attitude.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
Should be getting confirmation of staging any moment here.
Danny, next time you want to go.
Animation shows the firing of the RCS thrusters.
And the map is set for a light vehicle. We'll do it this way. Okay, you ready?
Animation just a little bit ahead of the reports from the spacecraft.
Okay. Son of a bitch. Okay, let's make this burn on the eggs, babe.
We're waiting for the confirmation.
Burn on the egg.
We see staging.
The telemetry reports staging.
Good staging. Let's make it on the egg.
This is Eugene Cernan.
You get in a gimbal lock? She didn't go, huh? Got stage.
Now he says they've got staging. I understand that in Houston Mission Control they get reports by telemetry.
Yep, who's up, babe? Okay, our angle, you didn't lock, huh? Something's wrong with that jar. Okay, roll is 180 and pitch is 233. 233.
These reports from Cernan.
Put my ball on inertial just to check them out, verify them, too. I can't reach it. If you can put mine, you can verify it on the ag.
These are the reports from Cernan.
Snoop, Houston, we show you close to gimbal lock.
Yeah, okay, something went wild there on that staging. And we're all set. We didn't lock it. We're going to head to the auto maneuver.
Roger.
Apparently they had some problem in the separation stage.
I don't know. Let's put my axe in inertial, though, to verify that we're at the right attitude, Dave. Huh? Okay, just so it's in inertial. Okay, because in case we have to go to it, that's what we want. Let's get that axe. Wait a minute. Gotta get this damn thing. Charlie, how was the stage? Good, huh? Wait till that thing blinks. Charlie Brown, Houston, they got staging. They had a wild gyration, though, but they got it under control, over.
A wild gyration. Boy, at that height, 13 miles over the moon's surface, that's not child's play.
Inertial, Tom? Okay, that's good. Got a lot of time, 7 minutes. Oh, I don't know what the hell that was, Dave. Snoop, Houston, you're looking okay for the insertion burn.
You seem to be all right now.
Yeah, Roger, Charlie. That was something we've never seen before. It was real good. We went to Ags and...
The computer's yours, Tom. I went through P30. Going to P40.
Apparently, when they separated from the descent stage, they got some gyration in the ascent stage where they're riding the lunar module.
I'll tell you what happened there real quick as we come around with this insertion burn. With the attitude that band started thrusting up, the thing just took off on us.
Roger, we copy.
And I could see we're coming up, and it comes to insertion, so I got a hold of it, tried to avoid gimbal lock, and guess I did. Looks like we got a good insertion out of it anyway. And, a good staging out of it, and we're all set to go for insertion here.
Okay, Tom, call 0686.
Well, you could hear the tension in those pilots' voices as they were making those readouts. Stafford obviously was terribly busy. He couldn't even...
Okay, the computer's yours.
There were no comments from Stafford throughout that operation. We were hearing only from Cernan, who as a good test pilot was reading out, as he should have, as the lunar module pilot, the readings.
We're going backwards. That's where we want to go.
Well, Stafford obviously...
Okay, there was a moment there, Tom. Well, let's worry about it after we make this burn. I want to make sure the axe is up for it.
They have stabilized the spacecraft apparently, but of course they're not out of the woods yet.
Mark, 5 minutes to the burn. Mark, 5 minutes to the burn, over.
The burn is the firing of the ascent propulsion system engine.
We're with you. I think we got all our marbles.
I think we got all our marbles. In other words, Tom Stafford thinks that they're in good shape again.
It's sure coming down to that ground, I'll tell you. I don't know, but I hope we never find it again.
They must be talking of the ascent stage, which they have now lost.
And I tell you, that was wild, babe, and it wasn't the depth because you were in Ags. That was Ags. Yeah, why did then? That's where we're going to stage. Okay, babe, I've got good Ags, and everything's looking good. I got the attitude set, so if we have to switch, we'll be all right. Okay, 407 on monitor until the burn. We're at 4 minutes. Okay, 4 minutes. Well, that's hard to do with helmet and gloves on. Give me a monitor, ascent pressure 1 and 2. Let's take another look at it. That's looking good. Engine stop push buttons, all reset, and abort stage reset. Okay? Push buttons reset. X translation. X translation 4 jets.
The SAGs they're talking about is Abort guidance system.
I'm not reading them, so if they don't make it, you gotta tell me, huh? Roger, they're counting down now. Looking good. Charlie Brown. Okay, Tom, if we push less than 170 feet, or if we got more than 170 feet per second to go, we're on RCS. Then we'll RCS maximum 55 seconds, but we will RCS. If the elevator goes greater than
170, we're RCS back to our pad Delta V. Okay? Which is going to be right in P40 there. That's looking good.
RCS is Reaction Control System. It's that system of...
And our pad Delta V is 220.9, so if we burn less than 170 feet per second, or if we don't get up to 170 feet per second to go, we'll want to burn it back to about 220. Okay? Let's get over 100. Let's get into the 170 feet per second region. Okay, push your inverter number 1 close, circuit breaker.
It's about 2 minutes now into the firing of that engine.
Control, AELD closed.
Reaction control system is
among them again, going backwards. You know that? Look at that rill. That's got to be probably Diamondback right there. Awful close to see that. Okay, babe, coming up on 2 minutes.
With all of their problems, they're good observers they're supposed to be on this scouting flight. They're taking a look at the ground as well. You can hear the breathlessness of these pilots, though. They're wearing their full spacesuits for these critical maneuvers. And it's not easy to work in them, as Cernan indicated a moment ago.
Okay, 2 minutes, babe. Give it a final trim. Okay, there it is. Okay, my AELD's coming close, Tom. Okay, and verify your inverter number 1 breaker's closed. Okay, at 35 seconds, we want the engine arm to arm. And ping, we're in auto. Going right into the attitude, babe. That engine arm yet to go. Coming up on 112. I'll hit 99 and I'll cut you down. Burn time is 15 seconds, so it's going to go in a hurry.
That's the length of time the engine fires, 15
120
seconds.
feet per second, 220.9. 50 seconds, 48. Maybe let's make this one.
This is the one that sends them back out away from the moon's surface, back up to the 69-mile altitude where they can rendezvous and dock again with the command ship.
35 seconds. After armor's on, engine arm, SNX, control at auto, deadband mid, and we're set for this attitude on the burn. I'm counting down on 500.
This 15-second burn will increase their speed 141 miles an hour. Both in the command module are
8, 7, 6, 5, 99, 3, 2, 1, burn. Burn? Okay. 160 to go.
This is the simulation.
You're burning. 4 to go. You're burning. 100 to go. 78 to go. 50 to go. 20 to go. Stand by, Tom. Okay, I'll null them out. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Charlie Brown, Houston, he got the burn off. We're in good shape.
Oh, boy.
Outstanding. Okay. Congratulations to the -0.3, plus 0.1. That made me feel better. Call up Verb 82 when you get a chance. There's the egg says we made a good burn. Snoop, Houston, we copy the residual, so that's great. So we got it. Oh, Roger, the burn looks real good. I tell you, we're down here where we can touch the top of some hills, though. Just in other cases like this, it sounds like to me you can relay through him, because every time you talk to me, I hear him talking in the background. Okay, hello Houston, this is Snoopy. It shows us in a 46.7 by 11.0. Over. Roger, we copy. 46.7 by 11.0. Okay, Tom, engine arm off. AELD breaker open. Okay, mine's open, master arm off. And inverter's number 1 breaker open. Okay, and the RCS, just for record, so it's 80 and 78. Oh, I'll tell you, I thought we were wobbling all over the sky. I'm surprised those residuals ended up where they did. Okay, yaw 180 and pitch down 90.
That must have been some rocky ride they had there for a while. They're now, according to their computer aboard, in a 53.7 by 12.6
Charlie Brown, Houston, can you hear that? Hear them talking when I keep keyed down here, over?
which is just about where they're supposed to be.
I thought all of a sudden that was great. Okay, when they start talking, I'll key down here and relay through you, over, till you get them again.
That's Houston speaking to Charlie Brown, John Young.
Right.
Those communications presumably were being relayed to him, and he must have had some bad moments up there, wondering if he was going to have to go through those maneuvers for which he's been training for 2 years, to go down and try to pick them up from their 13-mile high altitude. But now they are on the way back up to his altitude. They come up to within 13...
Charlie Brown, Houston, we recommend for your next maneuver you can load the DAP with a half a degree per second. We see 0.2 now, over.
They'll come up to within about 15 miles below him, below the command module, and then begin the series of maneuvers to actually rendezvous and dock with him. Their next firing of the engines is at 9:32 Eastern Daylight Time. That's an hour and 44 minutes from now. Then there's some more maneuvers, and finally rendezvous at 10:54 and docking at 11:19. We'll come back in just a moment to go out to Grumman Engineering Aircraft and find out just what might have happened out there in those very tense moments as they were just 13 miles above the lunar surface. CBS News color coverage of the flight of Apollo 10 will continue in a moment.
Wideband, cameras are running.
Okay, you got 15. Check your stick quick here.
This works.
Okay, I got my clock started.
I got mine. We're armed. 2 lights. Okay, we're armed. 2 lights. We have a good clock start. We'll go on board.
Okay, arms locked. Okay.
Okay, there's the runway.
20 seconds. 30.
Okay, we got a ways to wait.
I'm waiting. 3, 2, 1, SIP.
Okay, it's much smoother.
Pushing over. F a G.
Okay, you got body flap and 204.
Okay, F a G.
I'm ready whenever you are.
Okay, I'll pick it up and pulse it once. Whoops, too big. Your airplane.
Okay, I got the airplane. Okay, I've got the speed brakes. They're in. I'm struggling for 290.
Okay, I'm doing a little rudder kick
here.
Now. 1.
Get your computer.
Okay, computer. Good call.
I'm sneaking out a little bit of boards.
You're at 295. I got in a backup.
Okay, well, I got about 292, 293. I'll try to bleed
back
that
left.
Off. Okay, now I show a little high.
I'm showing 295. Okay, I got the boards, and I got the airplane, Gordo.
You got it?
Okay, I'm pushing it right on over.
Yeah, okay. Okay. I show 275 now. We really lost a bunch in a shear there.
Okay.
Now about up to 290.
Okay.
2500.
Speed brakes in.
Okay. Arming the gear. We're pre-flaring. It's looking good. I think we're fast.
Yeah.
Ready
I'd
for
get
gear?
the gear.
Gear's coming.
Gear coming.
Okay, 280. Okay, gear is down. 260.
Hot. Little boards.
240. 230.
Come on down, Mitch.
210. 200. Real good speed.
Shit.
Okay, we're back. Okay. Watch it. Let the stick go. Hold it.
Jesus.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
Put her down. Speed brakes out. We're 130. Get the nose on. Okay, we're in direct. Elevons up. And we're 110. Let's get on the max brake as soon as you can. Okay, we're 70 knots. 60. 50. Ease them off. Good.
God,
Brake.
Gordo screwed it up.
Well, let's just get it stopped here. Don't worry about it. 40 knots. Keep on the brakes. 30. Okay. Show on computer. Yeah, just ease it to a stop. Okay, there's the satellite. They let us through. Okay, we're going to throw to 205. And we got an FCS sat. Clear that. Speed brake's closed.
Ah, dang it, Gordo.
Oh, well.
Jesus.
We're stopped. Got runway left.
That's what Milt said. You start working too hard on it.
Yeah.
Dang it.
Just trying to push it on. That was it. We're fast.
Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Houston, as I stand out here in the wonders of the unknown at Hadley, I try to realize there's a fundamental truth to our nature. Man must explore. And this is exploration at its greatest. 3,000 feet. 5-2. 5-2. 5-1. 5-0. 4-7.
However, we may have...
Okay, Joe, I got the LRQ pictures, and it's still super clean. Okay, Dave, we want a heading of 203.
Dave, drill it there.
Okay.
Right where you stand.
Thank you. Just checking. You know, like, sometimes those guys have some neat good ideas. Joe. Got a little bit of the green. I got a chunk about 3 inches of the rock itself. me come down, Dave? Nope. Got a good one. A little bigger than 6 inches, but it was neat looking.
Well, that makes up for it.
Well, in my left hand, I have a feather. In my right hand, a hammer. And I guess one of the reasons we got here today was because of a gentleman named Galileo a long time ago who made a rather significant discovery about falling objects in gravity fields. And we thought that where would be a better place to confirm his findings than on the moon. And so we thought we'd try it here for you. The feather happens to be appropriately a falcon feather for our falcon. And I'll drop the 2 of them here, and hopefully they'll hit the ground at the same time. How about that? How about that? It proves that Mr. Galileo was correct in his findings. '99 Pro. Good lift off. Automatic. Coming up on 8 minutes. Ryan, you're going 8. I can see the landing site from here, Charles. Amazing. Go at 8. John's got a visual.
We copy.
130, we're right on, John. Right back on profile. Man, does this thing have steep walls. They said 60 degrees. Now, I tell you, I can't see to the bottom of it, and I'm as close to the edge as I'm going to get. That's the truth.
Go ahead, Max.
FYI, I've just lost 4 separate temperature transducers on the left side of the vehicle, hydraulic return temperatures. 2 of them on system 1 and 1 in each of systems 2 and 3.
4 high return temps?
To the left outboard and left inboard elevons.
Okay, is there anything common to them, DSC or MDM or anything? I mean, you're telling me you lost them all at exactly the same time?
No, not exactly. They were within probably 4 or 5 seconds of each other.
Okay. Where are those? Where is that instrumentation located?
They're, all 4 of them are located in the aft part of the left wing, right in front of the elevons.
Elevon actuators. And there is no commonality.
No commonality.
Columbia continuing in a right bank, wings angled 43 degrees. Speed 15,000 miles per hour. Altitude 43 miles. 2,090 miles to touchdown at the Kennedy Space Center. Targeted for runway 33 at Kennedy at present. Crossing the continental United States, now crossing above southern Nevada
Max,
to the north of Las
systems
Vegas.
It's all 3 hydraulic systems. It's 2 of them are to the left outboard Elevon and 2 of them to the left inboard.
Okay, I got you.
Flight guidance for processing drag with good residual.
Copy. Thank you. Flight GC. Go. Area grounds are enabled for the landing count. Thank you.
Columbia's course continuing across Arizona and at the Arizona-New Mexico border near the Four Corners area of the United States. Its course will take it almost directly above Albuquerque, New Mexico. Its altitude now 225,000 feet or 42 miles. Speed 14,300 miles per hour. 1,785 miles to touchdown at the Kennedy Space Center. It's banking now back to the left, the second in a series of 4 banks that dissipate speed of the spacecraft as it becomes an aircraft and descends into the atmosphere toward Florida. Wings angled about 75 degrees to the left.
GNC flight.
Flight GNC.
Everything looked good to you? Control and rates and everything is nominal, right?
Control's been stable through the rolls that we've done so far flight. We have good trims. I don't see anything out of the ordinary.
Okay. And max flight?
Flight max.
All other indications for your hydraulic system indications are good?
They're all good. We've got good quantities all the way across.
And the other temps are normal?
The other temps are normal, yes, sir.
And when you say you lost these, are you saying that they went
all 4 of them were off-scale low.
Or off-scale low?
And they were all staggered. They were, like I said, within several seconds of each other.
Okay.
Columbia continuing toward Florida, now approaching the New Mexico-Texas border. Altitude.
Flight fighter.
40 miles. Speed 13,200 miles per hour. Range to touchdown 1,400 miles. The shuttle in the left bank with wings angled about 57 degrees to horizontal.
We have the balloon. It is being run through DDS right now. Flight max.
Go.
We just lost tire pressure on left outboard and left inboard, both tires.
And Columbia, Houston, we see your tire pressure messages, and we did not copy your last.
Instrumentation max?
Flight max sales are also off low.
Go.
Yeah, we're just taking a few hits here. We're right up on top of the tail. Not too bad.
Max flight.
Flight Max.
And there's no commonality between all these tire pressure instrumentations and the hydraulic return instrumentations?
No, sir, there's not. We've also lost the nose gear down talkback and the right main gear down talkback.
Nose gear and right main gear down talkbacks?
Yes, sir.
And flight ecom?
Ecom.
I've got 4 temperature sensors on the bottom line data that are off scale low.
Columbia out of communications at present with Mission Control as it continues its course toward Florida.
Flight Inco, I didn't expect this bad of a hit on comm.
GC, how far are we from UHF? Is that 2 minute clock good?
Affirmative flight.
Flight GNC.
Go.
If we have any reason to suspect any sort of controllability issue, I would keep the control cards handy on page 4-13.
Copy.
14 minutes to touchdown for Columbia at the Kennedy Space Center. Flight controllers are continuing to stand by to regain communications with the spacecraft.
Inco, we were rolled left last data we had, and you weren't expecting a little bit of Radicom, but not this long.
That's correct, Flight. I expect it to be a little bit intermittent, and this is pretty solid right here.
No onboard system config changes right before we lost data.
That's correct, Flight. All look good.
Still all on string 2, and everything looked good.
String 2, looking good.
Two minutes to Mila.
Columbia, Houston, comm check.
Flight Fido.
Go.
Close-in aim point with the 1-hour balloon shows us touching down at 1496, 1,500 feet down the runway. Our crosswind right now is on the left, from the left, on the 3-3 end.
Columbia, Houston, UHF comm check.
But I'd like to stay where we're at.
I copy.
Flight Max.
Max.
On the tire pressures, we did see them go erratic for a little bit before they went away, so I do believe it's instrumentation.
Okay.
Columbia, Houston, UHF comm check.
Flight Fido.
Go.
I know this data's a little late. The 1-hour balloon protects us for wind persistence.
Houston, UHF comm check.
I think we're in a smaller wind persistence case than that. In other words, we shouldn't expect as a big of a change. I'm comfortable with 1,500 feet down the runway.
Fly GC.
Go.
Milo's not reporting any RF at this time.
Flight Inco, SBC just should have taken us to staying low.
Okay. Fido, when are you expecting tracking?
1 minute to go, flight.
Columbia, Houston, UHF comm check.
Flight GC, no C-band yet. Copy.
Flight controllers are still standing by for C-band tracking data from the Merritt Island Tracking Station of Columbia and UHF communications.
Columbia, Houston, UHF comm check.
Flight Inco.
Go.
I could swap strings in the blind.
Okay. Command is over.
Good work, Flight.
Eight minutes on the touchdown clock for Columbia. Flight controllers continuing to stand by to regain communications with the spacecraft.
Flight Inco commanded string 1 in the blind.
Inco.
I commanded string 1 in the blind.
Standing by for communications through the Merritt Island Tracking Station, a ground tracking site in Florida.
And Flight GC.
Go.
Milo's taking one of their antennas off into a search mode.
Copy. Final flight.
Go ahead, flight.
Have we gotten any tracking data?
We got a blip of tracking data. It was a bad data point, flight. We do not believe that was the orbiter. We're in a search pattern with our C-bands at this time. We do not have any valid data at this time.
Okay. Any other trackers that we can go to?
Let me start talking, flight.
This is Mission Control Houston. Flight controllers are continuing to seek tracking data of Columbia. Touchdown clocks count down to 6 minutes to touchdown for the anticipated touchdown of Columbia at the Kennedy Space Center runway. Tracking data is being sought through the Merritt Island tracking station located near the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Communications with Columbia were lost at about 8 a.m. Central Time, about 10 minutes ago. This is Mission Control Houston. Flight controllers are continuing to stand by for communications from Columbia. The last communications with the spacecraft occurred about 8 a.m. Central Time as it was above Central Texas. Currently seeking communications or tracking data from the spacecraft through C-band radar and ground tracking sites located at the Merritt Island Tracking Station in Florida.
GC flight. GC flight. Fly GC. Lock the doors. Copy. Fido, do you have any tracking?
No, sir.
Flight MOD on the flight loop.
Flight Fido.
Go.
My C-bands have not required anything. We are only acquiring false locks at this time.
I copy, Fido. Okay, all flight controllers on the flight loop. We need to kick off the FCOH contingency plan procedure. FCOH checklist, page 2.8-5. Fido flight. Fido flight.
Go ahead.
Do you have any information or reports from Space Command? Okay. Okay, and all flight controllers on page 9 of the FCOH procedure, you need to make sure you step through the actions required in step 20. That's for your workstation logs, display printouts. There's a whole list of data collection items that we need to make sure we log through.
This is Mission Control Houston. Flight Director Leroy Kane is instructing controllers to follow contingency procedures. The last communications with the Shuttle Columbia during its descent from orbit were at about 8 a.m. Central Time as it was descending through the atmosphere.
And GC flight? Flight GC? Vital flight. We need to take the equivalent of a command server, TSU checkpoint.
Yes, sir.
Copy. We don't have the old mock DSC checkpoint, but we got an equivalent capability that we need to do.
We'll get that done.
GC flight.
Fly GC.
You understand how to do the end-of-file log tapes that we need in the
yes, sir.
checklist? Okay.
Contingency procedures in effect in mission control require all operators to conserve all their data and log books and notes that have been taken, that being instructed by Flight Director Leroy Kane, for controllers to begin following those steps and secure all information.
And folks, listen up again on the flight loop. No phone calls off-site, outside of this room. Our discussions are on these loops, on the recorded DVIS loops only. No data, no phone calls, no transmissions anywhere into or out.
Fly GC.
GC?
Yeah, we have no way of disabling the black phones.
I understand. GC flight?
Fly GC.
Bill, have you sent out the TWIC? We're supposed to notify the other NASA centers via the TWIX, and the TWIX is on 2.8-3.
We'll work it, Flight.
Okay. That one I'd like to do as soon as we can, Bill.
Copy.
Since 8 a.m., no communications were received with Columbia, and no tracking data received through the Merritt Island tracking station. Those efforts made, the Flight Dynamics Officer reports no objects tracked through that tracking data.
Final flight. GC flight.
Flight GC.
Is the command system still armed?
Affirmative.
Let's safe it.
Copy.
In code, we're going to safe the command system.
Flight GC. Checkpoints on command server and trad server have been completed.
And final flight.
Wait, flight.
You're talking with LSO?
Yes, sir.
Okay. John's going to go back and talk to Marty. Is Marty back there with Marissa?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Flight, go ahead, sir.
Marty, can you confirm that the DDMS folks in the Dallas area have been mobilized to the extent we're able to?
Yeah, RCC, the Rescue Coordination Center, is mobilizing to that area, and they're seeing what they can do to help us.
Copy.
We are starting the straighten up and fly right maneuver, where the spacecraft will jettison the entry balance masses in preparation for parachute deploy and to roll over to give the radar a better look at the ground.
Indicate chute deploy.
The navigation has confirmed that the parachute has deployed, and we are seeing significant deceleration in the velocity. Our current velocity is 440 meters per second at an altitude of about 12 kilometers from the surface of Mars.
Heat shield set.
Perseverance is now slowed to subsonic speeds, and the heat shield has been separated. This allows both the radar and the cameras to get their first look at the surface. Current velocity is 145 meters per second at an altitude of about 9.5 kilometers above the surface.
Nav filter converge. Velocity solution 3.3 meters per second. Altitude 7.4 kilometers.
Now has radar lock on the ground. Current velocity is about 100 meters per second, 6.6 kilometers above the surface. Perseverance is continuing to descend on the parachute. We are coming up on the initialization of terrain relative navigation and subsequently the priming of the landing engines. Our current velocity is about 90 meters per second at an altitude of 4.2 kilometers.
LVS valid.
We have confirmation that the lander vision system has produced a valid solution and part of terrain relative navigation.
Priming. TBA is nominal.
We have priming of the landing engines.
Back shell set.
Current velocity is 83 meters per second at about 2.6 kilometers from the surface of Mars. We have confirmation that the back shell has separated. We are currently performing the divert maneuver. Current velocity is about 75 meters per second at an altitude of about a kilometer off the surface of Mars.
TRN safety Bravo.
We have completed our terrain relative navigation. Current speed is about 30 meters per second, altitude of about 300 meters off the surface of Mars. We have started our constant velocity accordion, which means we are conducting the sky crane, about to conduct the sky crane maneuver. Sky crane maneuver has started, about 20 meters off the surface.
We're getting signals from MRO.
Tango Delta.
Touchdown confirmed. Perseverance safely on the surface of Mars, ready to begin seeking the sands of past life.
Okay, next. Okay, tilting up at you. Got it. Okay. Okay, next. Okay, Bob, we got up here. Big bag, 3 SRCs and the neutron flux.
Okay, and we gather an ETB's coming up with 2 cameras in it.
ETB's next. Got an ETB? Yeah. ETB has 2 cameras.
Okay, and as you guys say farewell to the moon, we're looking at the Earth down here where you guys are returning pretty soon.
Okay, you're gonna have to push that. Okay, let me get it. That's right. I'll wait till you're ready. Okay. Make it. Yeah, I got it. Okay, let me get the other thing done here. Bob, this is Gene, and I'm on the surface. And as I take man's last step from the surface, back home for some time to come, but we believe not too long into the future, I'd like to just let what I believe history will record, that America's challenge of today has forged man's destiny of tomorrow. And as we leave the moon in Taurus Littoral, we leave as we came, and God willing, as we shall return, with peace and in hope for all mankind. Godspeed the crew of Apollo 17.
All right, Roger, Gino. Thank you very much.
Bob, I am up on the ladder, and I'm going to be going through the hatch.
Coming up on the 1 minute point in our countdown. T-minus 1 minute and counting. Sound suppression water system now armed. The hydrogen burn igniters have been armed. These igniters will be fired at T-minus 10 seconds to burn off any residual hydrogen gas. T-minus 45 seconds and counting. The solid rocket booster flight instrumentation recorders have gone into the record mode. Coming up on the 30-second point in our countdown. T-minus 30 seconds, and we've had a go for auto sequence start. The SRB hydraulic power units have started. T-minus 21 seconds, and the solid rocket booster engine gimbal now underway. T-minus 15 seconds. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1, and liftoff. Liftoff of the 25th Space Shuttle mission, and it has cleared the tower.
Now control.
Roger, roll, Challenger.
Good roll program confirmed. Challenger now heading downrange. Engines beginning throttling down now at 94%. Normal throttles for most of the flight, 104%. We'll throttle down to 65% shortly. Engines at 65%, 3 engines running normally, 3 good fuel cells, 3 good APUs. Velocity 2,257 feet per second. Altitude 4.3 nautical miles, downrange distance 3 nautical miles. Engines throttling up, 3 engines now at 104%.
Challenger, go at throttle up.
Challenger, go at throttle up.
One minute, 15 seconds. Velocity 2,900 feet per second. Altitude 9 nautical miles. Downrange distance 7 nautical miles. Controllers here looking very carefully at the situation. Obviously a major malfunction. We have no downlink. We have a report from the flight dynamics officer that the vehicle has exploded. Flight director confirms that. We are looking at checking with the recovery forces to see what can be done at this point. Contingency procedures are in effect. We will report more as we have information available. Again, to repeat, we have a report relayed through the flight dynamics officer that the vehicle has exploded. We are now looking at all the contingency operations and waiting word from any recovery forces in the downrange field.
Go live. This is Gemini Control. White has opened the door. He has stood up. And it's a most relaxed period. Activity reports that White is standing in the seat. Let's hear that conversation live right now while White is standing up in the seat. The hatch is open. Let's go with a live broadcast from Gemini 4.
Flight Hawaii.
Go ahead.
Roger. Emergency O2 is 3400 PSI.
Roger, we copied.
Roger, he is standing in the seat.
Roger, we copied.
All systems on the ground look good.
Roger. Surgeon, you ready to have him get out?
Roger, flight, we're go. He's got some nice elevated rates, which we expected, and he's really speeded it up, but he looks great. Let's go.
Okay. Hawaii, Houston flight.
Houston flight, Hawaii, Capcom, go.
Tell him we're ready to have him get out when he is.
Roger, understand.
Tell him to give us a mark.
Gemini 4, Hawaii, Capcom. Go ahead, Hawaii, Gemini 4. Roger, we just had word from Houston. We're ready to have you get out whenever you're ready. Give us a mark when you egress the spacecraft. Okay, we've got to go now, is that right? Affirmative. Okay. Gemini 4, Hawaii, Capcom, can you repeat your last transmission? Gemini 4, Hawaii, Capcom, do you copy? Gemini 4, Hawaii, Capcom, do you copy?
Okay, I'm separated from the spacecraft.
Okay, separate from the spacecraft this time, Hawaii.
Okay, my feet are up. I think I'm dragging a little bit, so I don't want to fire the gun yet. Okay, I'm out.
Okay, now, close free.
Okay, I put a little roll in, took it right out. And you did, Jimbo?
Yeah, you know, I get on the breaker.
Don't sweat it, I'll come over to you.
Let's get back to ground, I'll just go to kill.
All right. Okay, I rolled up, I'm rolling to the right now. Under my own influence. Those are, looks like a thermal brush, Jim.
It is, yes.
All right. Now, I've come above the spacecraft. I'm coming back down now. I'm under my own control. So in general, the viewing while White is out in space over the United States should be excellent. We'll stand by for a recontact with our California station in perhaps 2 minutes. This is Gemini Control at 4 hours and 31 minutes into the mission.
This is Gemini Control, Houston. Gus Grissom has just established contact with the spacecraft. McDivitt confirms that White did leave the spacecraft. He says it looks great. He's outside working his maneuvering unit. And Jim is quite exuberant about the performance that he's witnessing at this time. Let's cut in live now and listen to what White said. We've not heard him say anything over his comm loop, but let's tune in on that conversation.
I imagine his antenna patterns are changing quite a bit, too.
This is Gemini Control.
Gemini 4, Houston, Capcom.
The voice you hear repeating, it's working. Keep talking. There's Jim.
Time to keep talking. We're receiving it through your Vox.
Okay, we're going to Vox now. Okay, they're receiving it. Tell them what you think. Capcom, I need a maneuver we've begun. The only problem I have is I have got to hook you. I've exhausted the fuel now, but I was able to maneuver myself out of the spacecraft back. Maneuvered right up there in the back of the adapter. Just about Jim, came back into his gear. The only thing I'm waiting for is more.
Somebody locally's got a keyed mic.
Go back and forward. My head, I'm looking right now. It looks like we're coming up on the coast of California. I go in a slow rotation to the right. There is absolutely no disorientation associated with it. One thing about it, when it gets out there and starts wiggling around, it sure makes the spacecraft tough to control.
Is he taking pictures?
Absolutely. This is not like it.
Take some pictures.
Okay, I'm going to work on getting some pictures, Jim. Okay, get out front where I can see you again. I've only got about 3 on Hasselblad. Okay. Where are you? Right on front, huh? I don't have the control I had anymore with that gun.
Yeah, you got about 5 minutes.
But I want to get out and get some more pictures. I haven't got satisfied with that. Okay, I'll get you down on the spacecraft. Okay, I'm going to start firing the thrusters now. Right, there's no difficulty with recontacting the spacecraft. It's all very soft. Particularly as long as you move nice and slow. You're very thankful to have the experience to be good, man. Right now, right on top of the signal. I'll bring myself in and put myself out of here. Okay. Do it slowly and I'll take your picture.
Can he see the booster, Gus?
Right now I can maneuver much better if I didn't have the gun with the camera on it. And I have to tie one hand up with it. Okay, stay right there if you do. Okay, you want me to maneuver for you now, Ed?
No, I think you're doing fine. What I'd like to do is get all the way out, Jim, and get a picture of the whole spacecraft. I don't think we'll be doing that.
Yeah, I noticed that. You can't seem to get far enough away.
No.
Switches to Texas.
We are, this is Gemini Control, Houston.
Am I clear to thrust a little bit?
Texas, we
Okay.
Here they are again.
Let just please float around. Right now we're pointing just about straight down at the ground. Okay, now I'm taking a look back at the adapter. The adapter I've drifted back there. I can see the separation plane and it's quite clean. The thrusters are clean. The
Also, the Velcro that we put on seems to be in good shape right by the camera. We're coming back down on the space station. I can sit up here and see the whole California coast. Okay, now I'm going to go out. See how much I got enough.
Flight to Surgeon, the data looks great here.
Texas, remote your air to ground. California, go local.
Listen, it's all the difference in the world with this gun. When that gun was working, I was maneuvering all around.
How's his EKG, Surgeon? It looks great, Flight. Gee, he's just ripping along here at a great rate.
Tech.
This is Texas Contact.
This is Gemini Control at Houston. Here on the ground, we're watching a scope of the heart action and respirations.
Gus, give him a mark at 2000 hours. Gee.
Go to Cape Air to ground.
Oh, yeah, is that right? Where it's attached to you or where it's attached to the spacecraft?
Gemini 4, Houston, Capcom.
Okay.
Gemini 4, Houston, Capcom. Right.
Put an eye down your gun now. All right. Let me take a close-up picture there. Oh, you smeared up my windshield, you dirty dog. Yeah. See how it's all smeared up there? Yeah. It looks like there's a coating on the outside and you've rubbed it off. That's exactly what you've done.
Gemini 4, Houston, Capcom. Gemini 4, Houston, Capcom.
Right now, the spacecraft rates are up about 1 degree per second in pitch and yaw and about 0.5 degree per second in roll. I'm not satisfied with the picture that I've got yet. Okay.
Break in, Gus.
Houston, Capcom.
Man, I don't even know exactly where we are, but it looks like we're about over Texas again.
Gemini 4, Houston, Capcom.
As a matter of fact, you know, that looks like Houston down below us.
Gemini 4, Houston, Capcom.
Hey, Gus, I don't know if you read, but we're right over Houston. Look at that. I'm looking right down on you. Run out and look.
Gemini 4. Gemini 4, Houston.
Yeah, that's Galveston Bay right there. Hey, Ed, can you see on your side of the spacecraft? Can you see the camera here? Yeah. Is it pointing at you? No, not now. Which way? back there where the...
Capcom, release your
Jimmy 4, Houston.
Release your air-to-ground key.
Jimmy 4, Houston.
That'll really be it, huh?
Jimmy 4, Houston. Jimmy 4, Houston.
Is that right? Well, I've taken a lot, but they're not very good. You're in too close for most of them. I finally put the focus down to about 8 feet or so.
Jimmy 4, Houston.
Flight, would you tell Gemini 4 to release his air-to-ground key when you're trying to talk to him? So that he can...
I can't do that, young man. He's on box.
Roger.
Jimmy 4, Houston. Jimmy 4, Houston.
Right, this surgeon, he's taking a long
Jimmy 4, Houston.
You know, Ed, this thing about the references we're talking about looks like it's sure right. Yeah.
Jimmy 4, Houston. Jimmy 4, Houston.
See what flight director's got to say.
The flight director says get back in.
This is Jim. What? You got any message for us?
Jimmy 4, get back in.
Okay. I don't know. We're coming over the west there. They want you to come back in now.
Roger, we've been trying to talk to you for a while here.
No, back in. Come on. We still got 3.5 more days to go, buddy. Okay.
You got about 4 minutes till Bermuda LOS. You got about 4 minutes to Bermuda LOS, Jim.
AFT control, meet me on console.
Jimmy 4, Houston, Capcom.
Okay, don't worry yourself out now. Just come on in. How you doing there? Good. Yes, back on auto. Lots of pressure. You're making 79, about 47%. Spacecraft really looks like it's outgassing because whenever a little piece of dirt or something goes by, it always heads right for that door and goes on out. Okay, let's take it easy now. Take it easy. Okay, you're right on top. Come on in there.
When flight this weightless,
Boy,
this is really therapeutic.
Spacecraft is fantastic. You just put in a 2 degrees per second attitude change and just nothing flat. Can't you get a hold there, Ed? Yeah. Okay. No, come on in. Ed, come on in here.
Jimmy 4, you read to Houston.
What? Number 8? Okay, how's number 8? Okay, let's not lose that camera now. I don't quite have it. A little bit more. But easy. Okay, I got it. Yeah, you know, we sort of talked about that, but then you didn't have any place for the camera. Come on, let's get back in here before it gets dark. Well, you're going to find a Saturday when we have to come down from this whole thing. Okay. Come on now.
him a call again, Gus.
Gemini 4, Houston, Capcom.
Make sure you got those hatch dogs fixed now.
Gemini 4, Houston, Capcom. Gemini 4, Houston, Capcom. Gemini 4, Houston, Capcom.
I just put all that stuff down there. Okay, I'm going over to push the dog now. I continue to do. Okay, any other messages for us, Houston?
Yeah, get back in.
Roger, you're on your way. You're getting him back in?
Yeah, he's standing in the seat now, and his legs are down below the instrument panel.
Okay, get him back in. You're going to have Bermuda LOS in about 20 seconds.
Yeah, he's coming in. He's having some trouble getting back in the spacecraft, it looks like.
You got your cabin lights up bright in case you hit darkness?
I can't reach his engine. Apollo Fox 7000, now 1, go local on my mark. 3, 2, 1, mark. Going local.
This is Gemini Control, Houston. We apparently have lost signal in Bermuda after an extraordinary 20-minute conversation
Roger, we're seeing intermittent
with pilot Jim McDivitt and Ed White. The reason for the delay in receipt of the signal from Houston, of course, was that McDivitt had his key in a position so that he could not receive the signal up here. No great concern on the ground. The conversation was certainly stimulating. And we're assuming by now, at last report, we had Ed down in the seat, and we're assuming by now that they are about to close the door on that. And here we're now hearing McDivitt again.
Listen, we're kind of busy. If you don't really have something for us, so we can wait a couple seconds.
Roger.
What did you say, Gus?
He said he's busy and he'd rather not talk to us.
Roger.
This is Gemini Control, Houston. We have lost signal with Bermuda. Our last report, McDivitt, was that everything was going along all right.
Flight this surgeon, we have Antigua data. We're reading ECGs.
And
Right.
we're standing by right now. We expect to get a cue from the flight director as to when we will next depressurize and open the spacecraft. This according to our original plan in order to jettison some of the bulkier gear.
Flight eco.
Among the items to be discarded in space are the chest pack, the emergency chest pack that Ed used, the space maneuvering unit, the umbilical, a number of items. There is some question as to whether the maneuvering unit will be discarded. It's not too bulky. At very least, the oxygen propulsion bottles on the maneuvering unit will be discarded. Perhaps the little oxygen thruster engines will be retained in the spacecraft. This is Gemini Control at 4 hours and 53 minutes into the mission.
Mark, T-minus 5:45, and Gene Cernan made that final guidance alignment. That's the last action taken by the crew aboard the space vehicle. Now approaching the half-minute mark. T-minus 33, T-minus 30 seconds, and continuing on now. Continuing on at the T-minus 26-second mark, T-minus 25. We'll get a final guidance release at the T-minus 17-second mark. T-minus 17. Final guidance relief. We'll expect engine ignition at 8.9 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7. Ignition sequence started. All engines are started. We have ignition. 2, 1, 0. We have a liftoff. We have a liftoff, and it's lighting up the areas. It's just like daylight here at Kennedy Space Center as the Saturn V is moving off the pad. It has now cleared the tower.
Tower, yaw's complete. We're in a roll, Bob.
Roger, Gino, looking great. Thrust good on all 5 engines.
Okay, babe, it's looking good here. Roll is complete. We are pitching.
This is Mission Control, Gene Cernan reporting the launch vehicle maneuvering to the proper attitude. Everything looking good at this point.
17 is go.
Roger, 17, you're go.
First stage looks good. Altitude 1.1 miles.
Okay, 1 minute, 68 degrees, okay? Everything looks great over here, okay? Okay, stand by for max, coming through max 2. We'll be at 68 degrees.
The booster says we look good. We're now at 2.5 miles.
Mark, mode 1 Bravo.
Roger, 1 Bravo, we're go at 1 minute.
Roger, Gene, you're looking great. Right on the line.
Everybody says looking great, right on the line. We're now 1 mile downrange. Launch vehicle 4.2 miles high.
Yeah, this thing shakes like the sun. Yeah, that's max Q. Wait till we get our max Q. Stay down there, Q meter.
Coming up on maximum dynamic pressure at this point. 4 miles downrange, 8 miles high, and the velocity approaching 3,000 feet per second.
2 Gs. 2.5 Gs. See it quiets out after max Q. Yep, quiets out. Pushing 3 Gs. Okay, I'm getting old man up there anymore. Yep. Okay, we're out of max Q. Okay. Cabin's still looking good. Alpha's PC. Okay, stand by for...
Stand by for mode 1 Charlie, 17.
1 Charlie.
Mark, mode 1 Charlie.
And the flight dynamics officer says we look good on all sources, right on the trajectory.
Roger, 17, you're go.
Flight Director Gene Kranz taking a status for staging. We say we look good for staging.
Roger, we'll go here. It's Verb 82. Stand by for inboard. Okay, that's Verb 82. Inboard cut off.
Roger, inboard.
Okay, now hold on.
Inboard engine shutting down on time as planned.
Here's the one, where's the stage? Okay, it's 19. Now at 41. 41, okay. 3.5 Gs.
Crew will experience maximum G forces of about 4 Gs as shutdown.
4 Gs. 4 Gs.
Coming up on first stage shutdown.
Hold on. Look at that son of a bitch. Man.
And we've had shutdown on time on the first stage.
We got all 5.
Roger, they're looking here, looking good.
Okay, stand by the tower. Sure felt like it. Stand by, hold it. I think we saw them all from here.
Roger, Jack, and the thrust is going, all 5 of them. They're running good.
Okay, 3 minutes in, we're go. Yep.
Roger, 17.
Hey, this is smooth. Okay, I got some tower switches on my baby. Go. Okay, 13. There's okay, we got 13. 19. 15.
Roger, we confirm skirt tip.
18. Watch it, Jack. 19, there goes. There goes the tower. Ah, there she goes.
Roger the tower, you're mode 2.
Roger, mode 2. Okay, Manor 2, that's great command.
The steering has converged and CMC is go. You're going right down the pike, 17.
Okay, Bob, I do confirm guidance. And ELS 7 circuit breakers, you get chance there, Gene.
That's the automatic guidance system, the inertial guidance
Bob,
system performing properly.
Circuit breakers, and we've seen it all: ignition, staging, and tower.
Roger, Jack.
By the way, the cabin's sealed.
Apollo 17 now 65 miles high.
I'll see where the hell we're going here. Okay, 4 minutes, and we're go here, Bob.
Roger, Gene. We're going around the room. Look, go here.
21 degrees. We're mode 2.
You're looking real good, Gene. Right down the line.
Okay, it's looking pretty good. Let me get a freeze here on the 430. I can't barely see that. Let's see. Okay, 4:30, and we're still go on board.
Roger, 17, you're go.
Let me tell you, this night launch is something to behold. Okay, H&A starter good. Okay, I don't know if you'll be able
Coming
to
up on 5 minutes. Everything still looks very good in the launch of Apollo 17.
Yeah.
The launch vehicle, spacecraft now 80 miles high, 230 miles downrange.
1G. I got some stars at the right, but I don't see.
5 minutes, Gino, and you're go down here. You're looking great.
What's that? Okay.
Okay, Robert, we're go here at 5.
Coming up on S4B to COI. You guys believe me about that S1 staging now? I can't believe how smooth this is. I can't believe how smooth this is. Okay, let's keep this mother burning. We got a long way to go. We're only
17 Houston, your times are nominal. Level sense arm at 8 plus 36. S2 shutdown at 9 plus 20. Nominal times.
8 plus 36 and 9 plus 20. Roger here.
coming up on gimbal motors, Gino. Okay.
Capcom Robert Overmeyer advising Gene Cernan and the crew aboard Apollo 17. The second stage shut down at about 9 minutes 20 seconds elapsed time. That shut down about 3.5 minutes from now.
We're getting anything yet wrong? Nope. Okay, we're still mode 2 coming up.
Stand by for S4B to COI capability. Mark, S4B to COI capability.
Roger, S4B to COI, we're going 6.
Okay, gimbal motors, go ahead.
Roger, Dino.
Pitch 1, got it. And yaw 1, got it. Go ahead. Okay, wait a minute, let me check them. Pitch 2, got it. And yaw 2.
Apollo 17 still right on the nominal trajectory at an altitude now of about 92 nautical miles.
Bob, we got 4 good motors and we're going 620.
Roger, 17, we copy the gimbals and we watch them. They look good.
1G, just like sitting on the bed. The silver star. Okay, our calibration on that tank changed a little bit again, apparently. Okay. Down to 90%. Right. On the tank too? On the hydrogen. Hydrogen, thanks, Randy.
Stand by for S4B to orbit capability. Mark, S4B to orbit capability. And we'd like Omni Delta, Jack.
Roger,
Okay, 7 minutes out.
Roger.
7 and I'm 6 degrees. How's that sound?
Now 7 minutes in, and we have sufficient velocity to make orbit with the Saturn third stage should we have an unexpected early shutdown of the second stage.
get on board.
Roger.
I'm glad I took my hand off that abort hand. Oh, man. So am I. I'll tell you. Okay, we got to get through this one and then through staging. Stand
Now
by
less than 2 minutes from second stage shutdown and ignition of the Saturn third stage. And the center engine will be shutting down as scheduled in about 10 seconds.
We have inboard cutoff.
Roger, Gene, inboard on time.
And that inboard shutdown looked to be on time.
Okay, and she pitches up just like the simulator. Yeah, sure does, pitches.
Apollo 17 now 625 miles downrange, 93 miles in altitude.
8 minutes and we are go.
Roger, 17, you're looking great.
God, this is really good. We'll stand by for a PU shift. Is that what that was? Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, I think it was it. Okay, round
the spacecraft guidance system is agreeing very closely with the Saturn guidance. It looks good.
Go for staging.
Thank you, Bob. We are go for staging up here.
A little over G. There's a little chuck.
Staging now less than 1 minute.
Okay, we got to get through this one. Coming in, we're in level sense arm now.
You have level sense arm this time, Gene.
Roger, Bob, level sense arm.
Okay, Ron, our next thing will be stand by for mode 4 and we'll have
Apollo 17 traveling at 21,000 feet per second. It's achieved about 83% of the velocity required for a minimum orbit.
There's a little bounce on here.
9 minutes, Bob, and 17 is go.
Roger, 17, you're go here.
And about 10 seconds to staging.
Stand by for mode 4 capability.
S2 cutoff.
Mark, mode 4 capability, and we copy cutoff.
Roger, mode 4. And we do have S4B ignition.
Roger, we see it, and the thrust is looking good on it.
You see that glow go?
We saw that one too, Bob.
Roger.
Yeah, we're right in the flame. Yeah, that's what the Titan used to do. Used to fly through the flame of that thing. Let's press on here. We got a lot to do.
Remote 4.
We're up to 23,000 feet per second. We'll be shooting for something over 25,000.
Okay, 10 minutes, Ron. I'll be at about 40.
17, the steering has converged, and the CMC is go. You're looking great.
Roger, the CMC is go, 10 minutes, and 17 is go on board.
Okay, starts a little bit low, but not bad.
17, Houston, you are go for orbit. Go for orbit.
Those are kind words, Robert. We're go for orbit here.
Good show, Gene.
Okay, coming up on 30, Ron. Okay. Double check everything.
Coming up on 10 minutes, 30 seconds after liftoff. And the spacecraft launch vehicle now 1,100 miles rather downrange, and altitude 93.4 miles.
Riders have looked great.
Okay, the cutoff is VI plus 100. VI plus 100. Okay, I'll catch that. I just want to hit the can.
And we're about 1 minute from shutdown, about 1 minute from orbit insertion.
Minutes and we are go.
Roger, Gene, and cutoff will be at 11 plus 47. 11 plus 47.
11 plus 47, Roger. Okay, 11:30, and we're go here and stand by.
Roger, Gene. Cutoff time is still holding good, 11 plus 47.
Okay, cutoff at 4-2.
Understand, cutoff at 4-2. Roger, we copy.
And here we go.
10.
Hydrogen burn-off igniters initiated. 7, 6, 5. 4-stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
All 4 RS-25 engines on the core stage and 2 solid rocket boosters now propelling the vehicle at 128 miles per hour. Hearing good control on the roll from teams in Mission Control Houston. All good calls so far. Now 30 seconds into the flight of Artemis 1. First milestone will be for the vehicle to pass through max Q in about 1 minute and 9 seconds into launch. This is the greatest period of atmospheric force on the rocket. SLS now traveling 607 miles per hour. You're looking at 8.8 billion pounds of maximum thrust. Quiet here in the loops of Mission Control. The 4 core stage engines are throttling down ahead of passing through max Q. Now 1 minute, 21 seconds into the flight, traveling at 1,420 miles per hour. The 4 core stage engines are back at maximum thrust. The next major milestone will be for the solid rocket boosters to cut off and jettison at about 2 minutes and 11 seconds into the flight, so about 30 seconds from now. Again, quiet here in Mission Control Houston as teams continue monitoring the flight of Artemis 1. We're now 16 miles downrange from the launch pad at Kennedy Space Center, traveling over 2,800 miles per hour. Standing by for solid rocket booster jettison and shortly thereafter. Confirmation that the solid rocket boosters have separated. These 177-foot boosters Now the core stage continues to power the flight of Orion, all four RS-25 engines firing, traveling over 3,400 miles per hour, 46 miles downrange.
While you were outside of the airlock of your spacecraft, your spacesuit encountered a deformation, if you will, that threatened your ability to get back inside for a while. How did you overcome this problem? What was the problem, and how did you overcome it to successfully end the spacewalk?
Up until now, nowhere on the planet of Earth, in Russia or in the United States, we have any vacuum chambers that would allow to actually test the spacesuit to be flown on the elevations of 400 kilometers or so. It's just not feasible. So we could expect almost anything. The design of the spacesuit was rated as far as pressure for a nominal pressure of 760 and then half of this pressure, and I did have a device that would allow me to drop the pressure had it became necessary, and I knew how to do that. But I had to understand that if I decide to drop the pressure, I could actually pose myself into a very deadly situation, because the nitrogen in my blood would come to boil. But once again, I was trained to do that. I knew how to do it. And then during the 8th minute, I all of a sudden realized that my fingers got loose and they kind of came off the glove. And inside the glove, I've immediately realized that I have got to do something, because I cannot go on with this spacesuit, and particularly I will not be able to return to the vehicle, because I had a tether which was 5.5 meters long, and I was supposed to roll it up, and every 40 minutes I had a O-ring, which I was supposed to actually put on a hook. If I won't do it, I will not be able to get back to the airlock. But with the gloves like these, I was never able to actually do it. I also need to remove the camera. And what's important, that I was just levitating. These days it's very simple. We put a crew member on the foot restraint, and with both hands available, he can do anything. But back then, there was no such a technique, and we just didn't have guessed that this is something that is possible. So my one hand was always occupied with actually grabbing something in order to stay close to the vehicle. And during the 8th minute of the EVA, I've realized that the space suit was behaving in such a way that I cannot continue like this anymore, and I will not be able to get back to the airlock. Something needed to happen. So what should I do? What should I have done? Drop the pressure. In 5 minutes, I was supposed to be in eclipse. And in the eclipse, with the gloves like that, I will not be able to roll up the tether. And then I silently, violating every single rule and regulation, without reporting anything to the ground, I dropped the pressure to 0.27 atmosphere. And at that point, I realized that I'm going to be in real trouble, in real sorry pickle. But I knew that I'm getting closer to the area where the nitrogen is supposed to come to boil, or maybe not. But I didn't have any choice. I didn't have any recourse. And the way we used to do this pressure differential it was not a smooth process. It was step by step. So I decided to go ahead and drop the pressure, and nothing happened. And for about an hour, I was on pure oxygen. But everything came back to normal. The gloves went back to normal, and I felt differently. Looks like the danger associated with this inadequate spacesuit was taken care of. And what I have done, I removed the camera, and I tried to kind of break the spacesuit in order to get back to the airlock with my legs first. And after that, I didn't manage to do so, and after that, I've done a fantastic thing. I was grabbing a camera, I moved the camera to the hatch, and then I grabbed the lines using my second hand and went back into the airlock with my head first. And I won. But inside, I was supposed to turn back because eventually I had to go to the vehicle with my legs first. And on the other hand, if I would not have managed to close the hatch, I was supposed to actually secure it manually. But before doing that, I needed to make sure that nothing had gotten into the interface. So I returned, and that was by far the most difficult thing. With the hatch of 190 centimeters. An airlock actually had a different size hatch. And I really don't know how I managed to turn and go with my legs first. And I was running a fear at that time. I was sweating. I could not see much because of the sweat. And then when I eventually made it back to the vehicle, so without even closing the internal hatch, which was another violation, I've decided to just remove sweat from my forehead and my eyes, and I was trying to do that, but I couldn't because sweat was coming back. I mean, if I decide to run 10 kilometers in my clothes, I probably wouldn't have been sweating nearly as much. I was running fever, like I said. So everything happened the way it should, in my view. And after that, I was thinking for a long time what kind of consequences I would have to deal with for violation of those rules. And I know that the punishment was in plans. That's how it happened. But the most important thing that on the ground we've been doing a lot of rigorous training. So I was prepared how to drop pressure. I've done that because of the quality of training, although we never assumed that something like that is in fact going to happen. But we have got to be prepared.
Alexei Leonov, you are a great man. We appreciate your time today, and an icon of human spaceflight. Thank you so much for your time today.
Falcon Heavy is configured for flight.
T-minus 15, standby for terminal count. 10, 9, 8.
Side booster ignition.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Falcon Heavy.
On our test flight, building on the history of Saturn V Apollo,
returning pad 39A to interplanetary mission. We're getting ready to throttle down for max Q.
Vehicle is supersonic.
You've heard the call out. Vehicle is supersonic. Side boosters are now throttling back up to full
Vehicle
power.
has reached maximum dynamic pressure.
We're past max Q, the period of maximum loads on the vehicle. Next up, we'll be waiting for the side boosters to begin to throttle down prior to booster engine cutoff and separation 2.5 minutes into flight. GNC trajectory looks good on the Falcon Heavy. Reports show that the M1D engine performance is nominal.
Impact engine sales begun.
Side boosters have begun to throttle down in preparation for the upcoming shutdown in 20 seconds. Major event coming up with side booster shutdown and separation.
Inside shutdown. Side boosters. Beacon. Center. We just throttling up. S1 keeps going. Still booster baseball excited.
Successful separation. We're coming up on Nico and shutdown.
Stay set.
Good separation confirmed.
Wave recognition. This big burn looks good on side boosters. Backburn start up.
Coming up on fairing separation.
Center core side engines on power, also look good.
Stage 2 is followed from that trajectory. Separation confirmed.
He's moving to the car right now. Booster boost back shutdown. Center core boost back burn shutdown.
Can you get acquisition of signal?
Wow. Wow. Did you guys see that? That was awesome. That's the only thing I can really say right now.
Absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. I got nothing else.
Oh, man. Recapping all the great things that you just saw there. Successful liftoff from the pad, successful stage separation, but before that, successful booster separation. You can see stage 1. The two side boosters, pardon me, you can see the center core, and you can see MVAC lit up. Oh my gosh.
Then the beautiful shots of Starman chilling in the Tesla Roadster. Just absolutely incredible. On your screen at the moment, you've got a few things happening. On the upper right, you've got MVAC-D continuing its burn. On the upper left, you have the center core headed back towards the autonomous spaceport drone ship. And in the two bottom screens, you've got the side boosters headed back towards Cape Canaveral Air Force Station, landing zones 1 and 2. The next step coming up for the side boosters and the center booster is the re-entry burn. That's going to slow it down from, or slow all the boosters down from way faster than the speed of sound to just faster than the speed of sound in order to reduce some of those aerodynamic forces and heating that occurs when you're moving that quickly through the atmosphere.
And as you can see on your screen, that re-entry burn for those two side boosters has begun.
Side boosters entry burn shut down. Side core entry burn started.
The center core in the upper left of your screen performing its own re-entry burn. You can see the edge of Cape Canaveral in both of the side booster cameras as those are coming in.
PY and NY side boosters have saved.
Center core entry burn shutdown.
And even though those look very similar, those two boosters views, those are actually representing different boosters. And they're heading towards Earth. They're about to begin their landing burns. We'll hopefully be able to bring you nice footage of that.
Both side boosters transonic.
And watch for the landing lights deploy at the tail end of that landing burn.
And that landing burn has started.
Both boosters looking to be on track towards their respective landing zones.
Landing burns have started. Side boosters landing legs have deployed.
And the Falcons have landed.
LZ1, LZ2, both side boosters have touched down. Landing out through move on to 11 recovery 1 and recovery 2.
And coming up very shortly, the center core will be attempting its landing on the autonomous spaceport drone ship.
Check on your screen. Sometimes this footage goes out when it approaches the drone ship and the heavy vibrations make it lose signal. We're crossing our fingers that's not the case right now.
Stage 2, nominal parking orbit insertion.
So it looks like that landing is happening at the moment. We have lost signal. We're hoping that signal comes back shortly.
Oh man, yeah, as Michael mentioned earlier with the vibrations of the rocket and how it shakes up the cameras that are on the drone ship, sometimes we do lose signal or shakes up the antennas.
Oh, and we've just gotten confirmation.
Oh. We're waiting to hear what happens, and so we're listening in, and we're still waiting to hear. We'll let you know as soon as we find out. You'll know. People are cheering, but we'll get the call and know hopefully very, very soon how that center core is doing, whether it's standing up proud on that drone ship or not.
Meanwhile,
other two landings.
those were absolutely gorgeous. Meanwhile, the second stage is continuing its trajectory towards Mars. It's all looking good there. John, come give us a recap of the full mission.
He stands.
Well, if you could hear all that cheering, it was an outstanding test flight of the Falcon Heavy. Camera cycling right now. Live views coming down from low Earth orbit. The second stage successfully got there, and it got there as the culmination of a great Falcon Heavy test flight. We lit 27 engines, throttled the boosters up and down. We separated the side boosters. They came back spectacular, simultaneous landing. The center core did its job. The second stage did it. Everything that you could want in a test flight, we got here. Now we're just looking for the icing on the cake to find out what happened on the drone ship. But all in all, an outstanding test flight for Falcon Heavy.
Wow, what an absolutely momentous occasion. Thank you so much to the range for contributing their expertise to today's launch, the FAA for the licenses to launch and land those boosters, as well as the rest of Falcon Heavy. And thank you to you, the viewers, for joining us for a really, really cool moment here.
And to find out what happened with the Sojourner core and what's going on with Starman as he makes its journey through space and all of our other launches, you can visit us at SpaceX.com and follow us on social media on LinkedIn and Twitter.
If you would like to join us on exciting projects like these, please visit SpaceX.com/careers. From the entire grateful team here, thank you again for joining us. We'll see you next time.
This is the big shot, the ride without astronauts of the giant Saturn V rocket. Project Apollo. This is Apollo 4, the test of our moon rocket in flight for the first time. It is the beginning, the first of many steps which will someday put men on the surface of the moon.
Good morning. Behind me is the largest single object man has ever attempted to lift off the face of the Earth. Its official designation is Saturn V. It stands as tall as a 36-story building, and though it is unmanned for this flight, this is the monster rocket with which America ultimately will place men on the moon.
4, we have ignition. All engines are running. We have liftoff. We have liftoff at 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. The tower has...
My God, our building's shaking here. Our building's shaking. Oh, it's terrific. The building's shaking. This big glass window is shaking. We're holding it with our hands. Look at that rocket go into the clouds at 3,000 feet. The roar is terrific. Look at it going. You can see it. See it? Part of our roof is coming here.
Direct from our newsroom in New York, in color, this is the CBS Evening News with Harry Reisner substituting for Walter Cronkite on assignment at Cape Kennedy, and John Lawrence in the Khe Son Valley, South Vietnam, Don Webster near An Hoa, South Vietnam, Marvin Calvin, Washington, Bill Stoughton, Bell Gardens, California, and Richard O'Brien in Lakehurst, New Jersey.
Good evening. A moment ago, we watched as Walter Cronkite described the first launching of the Saturn V moon rocket. That launch was perfect, and so was everything else, right through this afternoon's splashdown in the Pacific by the unmanned Apollo capsule after penetrating 11,000 miles into space. Here's Walter Cronkite again with the full story.
An indescribable day here at America's spaceport. At once, one of the most exciting and perhaps one of the least exciting of our entire space program. The most exciting because, as you saw, It marked the first flight of that monstrous 36-story tall, 3,000-ton Saturn V rocket that will carry Americans to the moon. The least exciting, because to the lasting astonishment of just about everyone who lived through it, this unbelievable space machine, in its initial flight test, performed every single task from liftoff to splashdown with less trouble and considerably more punctuality than the average commuter train. As Werner von Braun predicted yesterday, with Saturn V, we have left the hit-or-miss Wright brothers era of spaceflight and arrived at a time when new 1967 spaceships perform as predictably, perhaps even as safely, as new 1967 airliners. This is how ignition and liftoff look to an automatic camera right on the pad, focused on the nozzle of one of those tremendous F-1 engines. The camera was knocked off the air. In fact, NASA tells us they haven't even found it yet. Now we're 2 minutes into the flight of Saturn V. Those 160 million horsepower first-stage engines, gulping 3,000 gallons of fuel a second, have just about run dry. In a moment, they'll cut off, and you'll see 8 retro rockets drag the first stage back and away, safely clear of the upper rocket, now hitting some 6,000 miles an hour. Those upper stages now are coasting without power, and they are weightless. Now 8 small ullage rockets give it a slight shove to settle its tons of liquid hydrogen fuel in the tanks so that stage 2 can fire its 5 engines with 1,000,000 pounds of thrust. With Saturn safely underway, the escape tower is fired off, pulling with it the protective cover over Apollo. Now here in future flights is where the Apollo astronauts would first see the sky. Back on pad 39A, the flames of Saturn's departure still burn. That blast ground away the top 3/4 of an inch of the hardened concrete flame pit. Only a deluge of 1,000,000 gallons of water prevented Saturn from simply melting the 44-story service tower as it passed. 8.5 hours later, the Apollo capsule was fired into Earth's atmosphere at lunar return speeds as Apollo Saturn passed its final test, proving that it can indeed get man safely back from the moon. Splashdown northwest of Hawaii, 6 miles from the carrier Bennington. Less than 10 months ago, tragedy here at Cape Kennedy rocked this nation's space program, set back our moon landing schedule by as much as a year, and set loose doubts about sending men into space at all. Today, the nation rejoices and hopes rise again that John Kennedy's goal of putting an American on the moon by 1970 will be realized. American motions know high peaks and deep valleys. The tragedy that took the lives of 3 astronauts last January should not have deterred the nation from pushing forward in the assault on space. And yet perhaps the psychology of that setback helped account for the deep slash that Congress made this year in future space projects. Those at the Space Center, whose eyes are on the stars, hope that the successful flight of Saturn V will rekindle the public's enthusiasm and that Congress will respond. American industry and inventiveness have gotten off the floor after some tough blows to build a rocket that can keep the United States ahead in space exploration. But this requires a national effort, which the space people see as one worthy of the American people, marshaling as it must their highest scientific skills, a great industrial capability, and, until now, unquestioned courage. They believe that far from being a financial drain at a time when other earthly problems seem more demanding, the vast amounts needed for space exploration are a bargain antidote for a nation's badly drained morale. This is Walter Cronkite, CBS News, Kennedy Space Center.
Farewell, Aquarius. We thank you. So said Swigert when the lunar landing module was cast away at 5:43. They, of course, had much to thank that module for. It had brought them back to within but a few thousand miles now They are 10,700 miles away. They're approaching at 12,500 miles an hour. The speed builds up dramatically. We are now within the last hour or so of this mission. Just before we look ahead to splashdown, let me remind you, those of you who come in, that the badly damaged service module was cast off into space just after 2:15 this afternoon. And then Svigert said farewell to the faithful Lunar module, which brought them back so very smoothly and perfectly. They said goodbye to that at 5:43. And the three men whom ground control said not all that long ago were damned fatigued but sharp, got down to their preparations for re-entry. Now, looking forward very quickly to the re-entry, the timings to watch for are 8:35 as they start the re-entry sequence in motion, and then at 18:54, that's 6 minutes to 7, the crucial moment at 25,000 miles an hour when the command module meets the Earth's atmosphere at 400,000 feet up over New Zealand. Then through the clouds, splashdown eventually by, we hope, by the deck of the waiting ship Iwo Jima, which is there with its helicopters on board, and it's been standing by since dawn. We sincerely hope that on this program you will hear the band play, you will see the red carpet down, and you will see those three remarkable men walk along it. That's our hope. James.
I'd just like you to listen just a second to what's going on up there now.
052 36211 620 1119er7.
That has been going on unremittingly for the last 4 or 5 hours. A constant stream of numbers, data, information from mission control down on Earth to the crew up in space coming back in for these last few miles in terms of a space flight, the last few miles to home. This information going up all the time because the only people who have computers at their disposal to sort out all the problems, to work out all the technical difficulties, is ground control. Up there in space, Lovell and Swigert and Hayes are coming in at the moment in a command module that is apparently working as well as it should. In the last few hours, they've lived through what Apollo 13 officials at Mission Control are already calling a technical miracle. The miracle is in those numbers that you heard. Mission Control have been passing up detail after detail after detail on how to handle a situation that has never happened before in the history of spaceflight. A situation where a crew are coming back in with minimum oxygen, minimum water, practically no power left, with 3 parts of a spacecraft joined together in a point of the flight where no logical organizer at Mission Control would ever have them joined together. The service module, which didn't work for the last 2 days, they've had to keep it until just a few hours ago in order to keep their trajectory stable. The lunar module should have been left on the moon, and at any rate should have been left way back in lunar orbit. That lunar module has been put through the kind of test that its constructors never could possibly have imagined that it would have been put through. And it's come through it with flying colors. The lunar module has saved the lives of Lovell, Swigert and Hayes by keeping them alive on its systems, on its power, on its oxygen, on its water. And as you heard Cliff say just a few minutes ago, when they said goodbye to it, they said goodbye to it with the kind of feeling that you say goodbye to somebody who saved your life. That's what the lunar module has done. The figures coming up from the vast team of 400 odd men at Mission Control has ensured that as this flight came in, crippled as it was, the crew on board had a better and better and better chance of staying alive the closer they got to Earth, the longer the systems kept working, and the more successfully each jettison, first of all of the service module 3 or 4 hours ago, and then the lunar module just a few minutes ago, each jettison went successfully. And as it went well, so their chances of survival increased. They're left now after a trip that has included a number of technical miracles, throwing the flight book out of the window, relying totally on the men on the ground with a computer on board that they couldn't risk using except in 1 or 2 occasions when they could risk the power. Flying in a sense blind up there, they've come to within the last few minutes of being alive and well on the surface of the Earth. And they face ahead of them those last few vital tests to bring them through this mission, a mission that Mission Control in Houston must regard, as I said at the beginning, and I repeat it again, a technical miracle has brought them as far as this. And if they land safely, then Mission Control can be sure that the people on the ground are the ones who have saved those in space. Cliff.
We're now coming to the moment, the last moments of Apollo 13, as it comes in, as it begins its re-entry. The best thing we can do now is just to listen and hope.
The last few seconds down to re-entry. At this point, there's very little anybody can do, including the astronauts, except wait as they come in through the uppermost fringes of the Earth's atmosphere. The computers put them on course. All anybody can do now is cross their fingers.
Apollo Control, Houston, we've just had loss of signal from Honeysuckle.
And they are coming in faster than predicted. They're coming in just about as fast as any spacecraft has returned from space before. The last few seconds now to re-entry, and they've lost them on the main radio contact antenna in Australia at Honeysuckle Creek. Just about now, they should be going through the moment of maximum heat. And we'll only know whether or not that heat shield was damaged by the explosion 3 days ago, when they come out of radio blackout in just over 2 minutes.
Our last estimate for max G was 5.2 Gs.
About 30 seconds to go to the end of radio blackout
About
now.
30 seconds to go for blackout. Less than 10 seconds now. We will attempt to contact Apollo 13 through one of the Orion aircraft. Continuing to monitor this Apollo Control, Houston. We've had a report that Orion 4 aircraft has acquisition of signal.
They're through.
Odyssey Houston standing by, over. Okay, we read you, Jack.
That was Jim Lovell responding with the OK Joe. Correction there, that was Command Module Pilot Jack Swigert.
We're looking at the weather on TV, and it looks just as advertised, real good.
Less than 2 minutes now from time of drogue deployment.
That drogue deployment that he's talking about is the point at which the very small parachutes come out that then drag up the main parachutes. They have been seen before those drogue parachutes come out on previous missions, but today all we can be certain of is that everybody's watching for those small red and white parachutes to come out to signal the final safety stage of this flight. The main parachutes. Let's not anticipate. But the heat shield obviously worked. Should see something any time now.
Odyssey Houston, standing by for your noun 67 when you get it, over.
The chute should be out.
A report of 2 good drogues coming up now for main chutes.
standing by for confirmation of main chutes.
There they are. There they are.
There they are.
There they are. They've made it.
All three chutes out. Listen to the crowd on the boat.
On the mains, it really looks great.
An extremely loud applause here in Mission Control. An extremely loud applause as Apollo 13 on main chutes comes through loud and clear on the television display here.
Venting. Yes, venting the last of the fuel there. You saw that smoke go up?
We have a report from the Iwo Jima that Apollo 13 at a distance of 4 miles from the ship.
4 miles.
The smoke you see is venting of RCS propellants, reaction control system propellants.
According to 5,000. Under Apollo 13, this is recovery, and your chutes look good.
And they're in, and I make it no more than 5 seconds late. No more than 5 seconds late.
As we had splashdown.
Photo 1 splashdown at this time. The first chutes are displaced in the water.
3.5 miles from Iwo Jima.
This photo 1, the command module is stable 1 at this time. They're riding comfortably.
And they've landed the right way up. A helicopter going in there to drop a flare for the wind direction for the other helicopters. Look at the heat scarring on the side of that module. I think this picture you're seeing must be, for the first time, the picture from the television camera in one of the recovery helicopters.
This is photo 1, the mylar covering on the exterior of the command module has been removed in the area opposite the two-axis hat. From the east, the sea is approximately 1 to 2 feet.
Helicopter there reporting 1 to 2 foot waves and a swell going from 3 to 5 feet.
Interrogative astronaut condition over. Photo 1, Roger, break Apollo 13. Is the crew condition okay, over? Very good, sir. Apollo 13, to put out the front bags. Roger, copy Iwo Jima. Iwo Jima, copy.
The crew there saying they're in very good shape.
You're ready for position. Recovery is taking backup position, over.
The retrieval operation beginning there in less than 1 minute from now. Swim helicopter 1 going into its first position to drop the swimmers.
Swim 2, this is recovery. You're cleared to deploy. 1 swimmer at the sea anchor. That's it, Roger.
Here goes the first swimmer to put in the sea anchor. Attaches the sea anchor to prevent the module drifting too far. These pictures you're seeing come from the television camera on board one of the helicopters hovering over the command module at this time.
Photo 1, observe the operating bag proportionally inflated at this time.
How do you see there? The crew confirming that they dumped all of their fuel successfully. Here comes the first helicopter with the first swimmer. And there he goes.
The first swimmer has been deployed.
Swimming towards the command module. Carrying the sea anchor.
He is making his way to the command module. Installation of the
Operating bags estimated to be 40%, 40%.
The first swimmer there coming into the command module. And he's making contact.
Swimmer is at the command module. He will commence the anchor attachment shortly. Can you give us our distance to the ship? This is recovery, your present distance to the ship, 1 mile bearing 3002 to the ship.
The Iwo Jima now only 1 mile from the command module.
3 miles from Iwo Jima.
Correction on that, they've corrected and said 3 miles to go.
This is for 1. The sea anchor has been attached. I'll serve a thumbs up from the swimmer.
Any minute now we should see, there goes the swimmer. 2 swimmers in there with the flotation collar, the collar that goes round the command module. They then inflate it with a carbon dioxide canisters and inflated it, then keeps the command module in a safe position and prevents it from sinking. There go the 2 swimmers. You can see that bag they're carrying there.
Oh, marvelous.
This one here, that square bag contains the flotation collar, and in the water, that bag there will be opened up and the collar will be inflated and then put round by the swimmers. Two helicopters holding station back there, and there it looks as if the flotation collar is right round.
Oh, this is Iwo Jima. Request you pass to Apollo. Turn off recovery beacon, over. Roger, break Apollo 13, you copy. Roger.
Jim Lovell there saying he'll turn his recovery beacon off. It's been giving out a signal all the way down, just in case they land too far away to be seen. 2 helicopters coming in there, one carrying the photographic helicopter and the other the air boss, the man who organizes what Chuck Smiley, the commander of the helicopter that will pick them up, has called a ballet of helicopters. A very carefully worked out script in which each helicopter does exactly what the script says. Here comes the helicopter with the men on board that will bring in the raft. And there goes the swimmer with the raft.
Approximately 10 feet from the command module.
Michael Charlton in Houston. What's the atmosphere in mission control at this point?
Well, I leave it to your imagination, Jim. Obviously, people are tremendously relieved that it's all over, and everything's starting to run down here, and never more, thankfully, have things been run down. That last call, mission control, you probably heard, just at re-entry time, when they completed their final checks and said, and welcome home. I don't think words have ever been uttered more fervently than those from a place like this, despite all the space missions that they've flown. So a lot of terribly tired and weary people are standing around in mission control with their arms about each other, and I think you probably heard during the last stages of the flight, when they hit the water, the burst of applause and cheering that broke out from mission control, and I haven't seen that since the successful landing on the moon by Neil Armstrong's flight, which produced a similar sort of excited reaction.
Everybody here was jumping up and down too, Mike.
Were they? Good, I'm glad to hear it. But the little Lem, we haven't heard much about that. That presumably has ended its life altogether now. We heard a final call from Jim Lovell of she was a good ship. And so she was. It was the little lunar module that saved their lives and kept them alive for almost a week. And that's either re-entered now or about to. But spare a thought for that little bit of complicated metal up there, which saved the lives of 3 of these American astronauts who shortly we should be able to see getting out of Apollo 13 some 3 days earlier than they were meant to, but safely at the end of the most hazardous space flight yet.
And there goes the final swimmer into the water. I would guess it's Ernie Jenke, the man who's responsible for opening the hatch, passing in the overalls, getting the crew out of Odyssey. Of course, anything being passed into them on this particular occasion would be for merely hygienic purposes. If he passes in overalls, it'll be simply to give him a change of clothing, and he may not even do that, we hear, because don't forget that these men will not go through the quarantine proceedings. They will not come out wearing masks, and they will not go into the quarantine facility in which the astronauts of Apollo 11 and Apollo 12 live, because these men, unfortunately, tragically in a sense for Jim Lovell, because this is his last flight, these men did not get to the surface of the moon. And there comes the net, the Billy Pugh net as it's called, named after the man who designed it, a bosun in the Navy. The rescue net coming down there to pick up the first astronaut.
Swim leader is opening the crew access hatch. This is completely open.
The hatch is open.
We'll send that itinerary.
And I would guess the first one out would be Swigert, if he's sitting in the command module seat.
First astronaut is climbing out of the command module and is in the egress raft.
It's a big man, it looks like Swigert.
All right, control cellular, you a box. Second astronaut is on his way out, being assisted by swim leader.
Jim Lovell being in the Navy, he'll be the last man out, there's no doubt about that.
And is in the egress raft, followed by the third astronaut, going through the crew access hatch.
2 out, 1 to go. And there, without any doubt, I'm sure, is Jim Lovell coming out. A US Navy captain like him would not leave his ship first. All 3 astronauts now in the egress raft. A quick check through the astronauts to make sure nothing's been left behind. And now they're closing the hatch. Waiting now for the helicopter to drop the net to pick up the astronauts one at a time.
There it is, giving the signal for the rescue net.
3 swimmers there you see, just off this side of the raft, just in case one of the astronauts does happen to fall out of the net. Here comes the helicopter. You can see the effect of its rotors there stirring up the water. And you can just see the net coming down there.
The first astronaut is climbing aboard. Signal has been given, ready for lift. First astronaut is on his way up. Excellent pickup, no oscillation.
First astronaut up.
First astronaut is halfway up.
By his size in that net, he looks like the 5'11.5" length of Jack Swigert. He's the tallest man on board. There goes the net again. Fred Hayes, the first one in.
Excellent.
Fred Hayes.
Give him a copy.
Lunar module pilot Fred Hayes, first in.
Second astronaut is halfway up. Excellent pickup, no oscillation. The rescue net is at the cargo hatch.
And the second astronaut is in.
The third astronaut is climbing aboard. Thumbs up, ready for lift.
It must be some considerable consolation to Lovell. He didn't make it to the moon, but at least he made it back alive. From Lovell there,
Is nearing the cargo hatch,
on his last ride up.
and he is safely aboard 66.
66 now ready to swing round.
Captain Lovell aboard. He reports he feels fine. Over. Give him a copy.
Report there from the helicopter that Lovell's on board and he feels fine.
Photo, you're cleared in for your documentary photography.
I bet he does. The astronauts on board the helicopter moving back now towards the Iwo Jima. Mission Control, they're watching as we are. Helicopter 66 touchdown on the deck of the carrier. Air crew support running out there to put the chocks under the wheels of the helicopter. They'll be followed shortly by the crew coming up with the ladder. Here come the steps. The first man usually to greet them is a representative of NASA.
Apollo 13 arriving.
And here they come.
There they are. James Lovell, John Swigert, and Fred Hayes. They certainly look great.
Looks like the Admiral commanding the Pacific Fleet there, and there's Captain Lee Kirkemo, the captain of the Iwo Jima, shaking hands with Lovell.
I would like to ask the chaplain to say a real brief prayer, thanks. Let us pray. O Lord, we joyfully welcome back to Earth astronauts Lovell, Hayes, and Swigert, who, by your grace, their skill, and the skill of many men, survived the dangers encountered in their mission and returned to us safe and whole. We offer our humble thanksgiving for this successful recovery. Amen.
Captain Lovell, Fred Hayes, John Swigert. Astronauts moving away there. Jim Lovell almost nonchalant as he walks down the red carpet towards a shower, a rest, and a medical examination.
Challenger Houston with you at Hawaii for 8 minutes.
Roger, Jerry. How are you reading?
Roger, Bruce. Loud and clear.
Well, that may have been one small step for Neil, but it's a heck of a big leap for me.
Roger, copy that, Bruce.
Okay, Bruce, we see you airborne. Without air. Hey, great. And don't forget to monitor, Bruce, your GN2 gauges for about 60 seconds when you get a chance and verify not too much pressure loss.
Yep. A little bit of custody.
Smile.
X. X. Hi. Okay, here's a plus roll. Oh. Plus yaw. Yaw. And I give you a little bit of everything and stop it with attitude hold. Comes attitude hold. Go. Okay, shutting V system off. V.
Houston, Challenger.
Go ahead, Vance.
Jerry, Bruce started out this run with 2,700 pound PSI in A and B sides of the MMU.
Copy that, Vance, and we're getting some Super TV.
Good.
Bruce McCandless preparing to make his 150-foot sojourn, moving away from the orbiter out to a distance of 150 feet and then returning. And then following that, about 10 minutes later, he will go out to a distance of 300 feet.
And Bob, we're not going to pay much attention to you for a little while here while we watch Bruce go out and back.
Here's a different perspective on the orbiter.
And Bruce, would you like to turn the TV on?
Heck yeah, I'm trying to see what sort of landmass that is we're coming up with. Looks like Florida. It is Florida. It's the Cape.
Yeah, you're on a stateside pass, Bruce.
McCandless at a distance of about 80 feet.
The TV Ranger yet?
Not yet.
He'll be going about twice that far out on this exercise.
The ship.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Gratifying that it's working out.
McCandless and his manned maneuvering unit constitute a separate spacecraft of their own now.